and penetrates even deeper. That's even as technology gets more powerful. That is technology's historical norm. As we gaze toward the future, this is what we can expect. Or can we? Good morning, August gathering. Welcome to the AI and Society Alliance Confest 2024. Let me now invite the dignitaries to come over and light the lamp, to mark an auspicious start to the Confest. May I now request Dr. Bas, Ms. Rabhe, Ms. Mutamari, Ms. Sureka Shetty, Dr. Shan, Dr. Vishwanath, and Dr. Anirudh to come up and jointly light the lamp. Mr. Prakash, may I also invite you? Please come over. Thank you all. Let me now invite our Pro-Chancellor, Mr. Abhay Chebi, to officially throw the AI and Society Alliance Confest 2024 open. Mr. Abhay.
Good morning to you all. Thank you for this honor. I now declare the AI and Society Alliance Confest 2024 as open.
Round of applause, folks. Thank you. Dr. Anirudh Sridhar received a DPhil from the University of Oxford in 2020. His PhD thesis at the University of Oxford received the highest honors reserved for the thesis in the humanities and was recommended for publication with the Oxford University Press. Dr. Anirudh holds a Master's of Arts from the University of Freiburg, Germany, and a Bachelor of Science from the State University of New York. Dr. Sridhar is the co-editor and co-author with Derek Attridge of the work of reading Literary Criticism in the 21st Century, a polemical intervention that argues against certain methodological trends in the humanities and for the rehabilitation of close reading. The book was #1 on the Amazon New Bestsellers list in literary theory for June 2021. Dr. Sridhar's interdisciplinary approach in the humanities with his studies in environmental law and marine biology brings scientific, legal, historical, and philosophical perspective into literary studies. Apart from this, he has taught many interdisciplinary courses at the University of Freiburg and Oxford in British and American philosophy and literature. Dr. Anirudh, may I request you now to deliver the welcome address?
Am I audible? Good. Humpty Dumpty receives a gift and claims that it was for his unbirthday. This confuses Alice, who is still new to the ways of Wonderland. Upon her remonstrations, he stands to reason that given there is one birthday in a year, there are 364 unbirthdays. He says, and I quote, "And that shows that there are 364 days when you might get an unbirthday present." "Certainly," said Alice, "and only one for birthday presents, you know. There's glory for you." "I don't know what you mean by glory," Alice said. Humpty Dumpty smiled contemptuously. "Of course you don't, till I tell you. I mean, there's a nice knockdown argument for you." "But glory doesn't mean a nice knockdown argument," Alice objected. "When I use the word," Humpty Dumpty said in a rather scornful tone, "it means just what I choose it to mean, neither more nor less." Alice puzzles. "The question is," said Alice, "whether you can make words mean different things, that's all." "The question is," said Humpty Dumpty, "which is to be master, that's all." Can words mean what we choose them to mean? The philosophers in the audience will laugh, but everyone one converses with on artificial intelligence seems to use it differently. Could artificial intelligence be one such word as Humpty Dumpty's glory? Sure, the sober technicist will push Humpty Dumpty off the wall, huff and puff, and say it is only machine learning or the heavy processing of big data. But the sober technicist does not seem to have control over her inadvertent creation. So much so that today, the luminous and resonant vocables of AI have become an object of religious mystery. One can even give three pompous meanings to intelligence. It is an intelligence received as in a communication. We received intelligence of movement from the watchtower. The algorithm, like a spirit, sends us all kinds of signs and wonders through recommendations on our YouTube algorithms, for instance, YouTube accounts, for instance. But what is most commonly meant is intelligence as incapable of understanding or skill. When we say, Mina's writing shows she is intelligent. But hang on, the AI machine does not reason, as in arrive at answers through deduction. So shall we say the ways of God are inscrutable? Indeed, there is a branch of AI ethics which essentially seems to do theodicy, not quite asking why there is evil when AI is good, though there may come a time when that question is asked without embarrassment, but rather, is AI beyond good and evil? But alas, we know how AI answers questions, so no mystery there. And if AI knows all the information about all the objects in the universe, it still cannot know the past, present, and future, not omniscient quite, as Laplace's demon would be. For mathematics is continuous, not discrete. Intelligence came to mean in the 1930s just the ability to solve puzzles with the advent of the IQ test. And I believe it, broadly speaking, in most circles means something like that. And soon after the IBM machine beats the world's best chess players in the 1990s, it becomes fashionable to call it artificial intelligence. But yet, it remains a fact that we cannot do what it does. We rely on it for all kinds of services, to answer our daily prayers. So, is its intelligence like that of a carpenter? Too forced an analogy? Okay, I retract. But then there is a third AI, intelligence as a disembodied spirit. Intelligence at the heart of the universe. When we say AI oversees and intervenes like Hegel's Geists through the chessboard of modern history, one can almost hear the tech bro channeling Milton as he indicts to AI, "How fully hast thou satisfied me, pure intelligence of heaven." But upon leaving this trinity of meaning in intelligence, we realize we've forgotten the other word. What does artificial mean? Would the theist say artifice? Would the atheist say artifice as in misleading? Would the skeptic say artificial as in formal, tight, limited intelligence? Her acting was very artificial. Or most commonly, would we think artificial as in not natural and inorganic intelligence? Yes, it has come to acquire all outward signs and even inspired the zeal of religious mystery, because AI at once strikes terror in the science fiction novelists, and among the faithful seems to promise the powers of salvation for all humanity. But is it ultimately, as Humpty Dumpty says, just a nice knockdown argument? Opinion doesn't matter, AI is final. This extends from your everyday frustrating bar conversations with what AI is about to any friend who insists on Googling a non-factual point of discussion right during the middle of a conversation. Now, clearly such a nebulous and complicated concept that interpenetrates the fabric of daily conversation and professional life cannot be defined by any technician or theorist by fiat, but only understood through use and effect. How is AI understood and experienced in daily life and the professions? How is it not only entering the discourse of daily life, but altering it? My name is Alice, but it's a stupid enough name, Humpty Dumpty interrupted impatiently. What does it mean? Must a name mean something? Alice asked doubtfully. Of course it must, Humpty Dumpty said with a short laugh. My name means the shape I am, and a good handsome shape it is too. With a name like yours, you might be any shape, almost. Might I conclude then, though unsatisfactorily, that artificial intelligence can take any shape we want, and it will be our none too humble task in the next 3 days to draw that shape and try and make it mean what we think it does and should mean. For, as Humpty Dumpty says, the question is, which is to be master, that's all. It gives me great pleasure to say that we have invited for this hazardous task a stellar cast of thought heroes from many of the disciplines and professions. For, as we saw, no one person or group owns the concept anymore. We have a miscellany that would make the Chinese emperor blush. We have army lieutenants and colonels, we have novelists, psychiatrists, artists, technicians, and philosophers, neurologists, cultural theorists, business people, and even comic book artists. Experts supremely accomplished in their fields, and bright PhD students from all over the world who will be speculating on why and how AI finds meaning, not in the MIT lab, but in society, in clumsy, toilsome, and ironic society. For if there's one thing humanity should, I think, endeavor to jealously guard from the machine, it is irony. In the next few days, we certainly hope to do our bit with glitches and malfunctions here and there, for what is more ironic than technical issues at an AI conference? Welcome, all thought heroes. Welcome to the leadership of Alliance University, dignitaries, our guests who have traveled far and wide to Anekal, and students of Alliance. I hope you will join in the spirit of the AI and Society Confest, not just immersing yourselves in the interactive AI artworks across campus in the city of Bangalore, but also in adding layers to the speculation emerging from the stage through your questions and participation. Thank you, and welcome to all.
Chabi's strategic vision, the university's global footprint expanded as he spearheaded the Office of International Affairs, and then during his tenure, he skillfully forged collaborations with esteemed foreign universities, significantly enhancing Alliance University's international reach and establishing it as a hub for global academic exchange. A proponent of lifelong learning, Mr. Chabi is the alumnus of NIT, holding a BTech degree, and the University of Michigan, where he earned an MBA in finance. Currently, planning to enroll in a PhD in the field of Gen AI, his commitment to intellectual growth and academic excellence is evident. His keen interest in leading technology, artificial intelligence, and emerging trends is reflected in his efforts to integrate these areas into the university's curriculum and future initiatives. Mr. Chabi's leadership has played a pivotal role in propelling Alliance University to new heights, both in stature and impact. His strategic foresight, steadfast commitment to internationalization, and passion for education has firmly established him as a distinguished figure in the Indian higher education landscape. In addition to his role at Alliance University, Mr. Chebbi has elevated the institution's status by making it a founding member of PACT 2030, an SDG initiative of QS. His representation and endorsement of the PACT underscores Alliance University's commitment to sustainable development goals. Furthermore, as part of the Young Edupreneurs Group, an EPSI initiative, Mr. Chebbi actively fosters edupreneurs and contributes to the enrichment of the edtech space, aligning with his profound interest in contemporary technological advancements. Mr. Chebbi's commitment to skill development is evident through his membership in the Academic Advisory Committee of the National Skill Development Corporation, NSDC. His dynamic leadership has not only shaped the trajectory of Alliance University, but also left an indelible mark on the broader landscape of higher education in India, reflecting a progressive and forward-thinking approach that sets him apart in the realm of educational leadership. It's quite an honor for me, Mr. Rabe, to welcome you now to deliver the inaugural address.
Thank you, Dr. Ray. Good morning to you all. Dear colleagues, esteemed invitees, participants, faculty, staff, and my dear students. AI and Society Confest 2024 brings together a host of folks who are academic experts, seasoned professionals, artists, performers, AI enthusiasts, all coming together to celebrate this unique blend of art, culture, technology, and AI applications to various realms. As a keen participant in the domain of generative AI, my research interest, I am passionate about how it can impact several facets of transforming our lives, impacting members from all stratas of the society, one way or the other. While we celebrate the richness of development and growth based on the tenets of technology, infrastructure, and economic stability, we cannot look away from the root of human talent, raw and pulsating with ethos of ancient wisdom, modern-day civilizations. We remain interconnected through layers of cultures, traditions, beliefs, ideologies, which make us more human than what technology has seemingly transformed us into. Hence today, the aspect of amalgamating technology with a much-needed human interface is need of the hour. While cutting-edge AI models such as GPT-4, Da Vinci, Gemini are all sort of breaking barriers and creating history, we must know the recent news of insensitive Gemini is not even leaving the job of Google's CEO. This, in fact, brings us to think the unique role that we play in bridging the gap between AI and human society. While we are surrounded by path-breaking innovations and technological applications, one cannot undermine the caliber of human potential. One of our aims, rather subtly, is to elevate Bengaluru as a renowned hub for an interface of technology, culture, literature, and arts. I hope each one of you today make the most of your stay here at Alliance today, tomorrow, and the day after. Experience the difference, and while the next few days will open chambers of inquiry, it should certainly leave you all with renewed hope that an institution that is spearheading this new wave of education where both heart and mind are in unison, with our vision clearly set on one purpose, the purpose of human transformation. Welcome to Alliance University. Welcome to AI and Society Alliance Confest 2024. May Godspeed be with Alliance and with you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Abe. It's now quite an honor for me to introduce Dr. Michael Bass. Dr. Michael Bass holds a PhD in anthropology from the University of Amsterdam. He has done an extensive amount of study on migration and transnationalism, with an emphasis on travel between Singapore, Australia, and India. His most recent research, which examines this subject via the prism of social and cultural mobility, also focuses on the emerging middle-class professionals in urban India. As an urban anthropologist, sociology, cultural studies, and science and technology studies are additional sources of inspiration for his work. Creating an anthropology of artificial intelligence is the goal of his research project that is titled Creativity Toward an Anthropology of Artificial Intelligence. His significant publications would include Imagined Mobility, Migration and Transnationalism Among Indian Students in Australia, which was the PhD thesis, University of Amsterdam, published in 2010 at London Anthem Press. In-Betweenness, Indian Student Migrants and the Purpose of Disconnection from Here and There. Dr. Bass has also worked as the editor of Transnational Migration in Asia, The Question of Return, Amsterdam University Press. His focus on the Indian middle class is predominant in his work. He has written extensively on a variety of subjects, including Indian bodybuilding and fitness, Indian students migrating to Australia, skilled professionals migrating to Singapore, the Indian migration sector, and the daily lives of IT professionals in Bangalore. May I now request Dr. Bass to address this august gathering.
Wow, for a second, thank you for this beautiful introduction. For a second, I was worried you were going to read out all my publications. And we're already a bit over time, so while listening to these beautifully curated speeches and kind of introducing the theme of AI in society, I kept wondering how I ended up as an anthropologist looking into AI some 4 years ago. I'm currently with the Max Planck Institute for Social Anthropology in Halle, roughly an hour and a half from Berlin. And when they invited me to join them as a senior fellow, they said, what would you think should be the next big topic within anthropology and more broadly social sciences? And it didn't really take me long to come up with a topic. I said AI. Obviously, all of us will be impacted by AI in the coming years. At the same time, I had no idea what I was talking about, and I still don't. And I think this I've tried to make a central aspect of my research work, which initially started by looking into art projects that work with AI for creative purposes. And I quickly realized that India is a center for such innovation. I'd already been coming to Bangalore for more than 2 decades when I started the project. I'm very much at home here. And I knew that some of the artists who were working with AI were based here. And it's kind of led me to think about what does that mean now that we see an emerging generation of young Indian artists working with AI for creative purposes. Is this just about a new brush, a new pen, a new tool to create art with, or is more going on? And I guess this is a question you already feel the answer coming to. Obviously, there is much more going on. Artists generally being at the forefront of cultural innovation, of creativity, but also thinking about the society and flagging its most important issues, all finds its way back into the way they use AI for creative purposes. And this allowed me to deepen a certain thinking about what it now means to have AI in our society, to share our life world with AI. Because that is literally what we're doing today. And people often don't realize how often you do it. We've only recently started labeling AI as AI, but obviously, I think 99.5% here will have a smartphone. All these apps that you run on it already run on AI. And in that sense, you create the data also on which it is dependent for its functioning. Some of you may have noticed these big billboards throughout Bangalore for Samsung. Samsung is now the first to officially label its latest telephone, its latest mobile phone as running on AI. But obviously, these phones have been doing that for much longer. So the one thing I've been training my attention to is to understand what the consequences of that are in terms of the way we live our lives now. And this is where anthropology, sociology, and the social sciences more broadly come in. I've been looking into the way Indian artists work with AI now. And some of these installations you'll be seeing here on campus are, and which will be expanded on the third day at the Bangalore International Center, when we have about 7 more artists joining us there to showcase how they've been working and thinking with AI. I think I'll be saying a lot more about all of this on Sunday. So without much further ado, knowing that we're already a bit behind on schedule, and not wanting to push it anymore, I hope to interact with all of you on AI in the coming days, and hope you enjoy what we've been trying to put together here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bas. May I request you to stay on the stage, and you can pass the mic to me. I'll take that from you. May I request the Pro-Chancellor to felicitate Mr. Bas with a token of our appreciation. Dr. Bas, do you mind going to the center of the stage so it's more visible? Yeah. Can we have the token up, please? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bas. Thank you, Mr. Bay. Oh, you can. Of course you can. Yeah. No. Yeah, we're going to now move to the first panel discussion of the day. So may I have the dais arranged for the panel discussion, please? Yeah. Folks, keep tweeting. Put it up on your social media accounts. We sent you the handle. Put the pictures up and so on. Yeah. We're going to be starting the panel soon, so stay at your seats just for a few moments. Panel discussion that we're going to have now is titled Beyond AI Evangelism. May I request Shiv, Muthamari, and Dr. Ravi to take the stage. Dr. Ravi, I think you can sit here, so discussion. Yeah. Also have Shiv. Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's good. Please take your seats, yeah. Thank you. So let me introduce our panelists to you. We have a stellar panel here. Shiv Iyer. Shiv, thank you for being here. Shiv Iyer is the founder and the CEO of two database systems, infrastructure engineering companies, Minerva DB and Crystal Data, in the San Francisco Bay Area. Presently, he's a Microsoft Azure data platforms influencer and a committer for numerous open source database system projects like MySQL and ClickHouse. Shiv holds an intense foundation and experience in database systems architecture, internals, and production engineering for over 2 decades. Formerly, he was the principal database architect and data site reliability engineer for some of the largest internet companies in the Bay Area. He's also a frequent keynote speaker in database systems conferences globally. Round of applause for Shiv. Muthamari S. Muthamari S is the global head of AI, Brio, which is responsible for strategizing and executing data and AI solutions for Brio's clients. She runs Brio's AI Labs and Research Council, which incubates modern technologies such as generative AI and AI tourism, as well as the use of AI in drug discovery. Also, Muthu was added to the COO magazine's list of Global Power Data Women 2022 and its 40 under 40 data leaders in 2022. She's one of the 5 global finalists for the 2022 VentureBeat Women in AI Responsibility and Ethics of AI Award. Analytics India magazine added Muthu's name to its list of top 10 data scientists in 2019 and 40 under 40 data scientists in 2021. She has delivered 50 plus thought leadership sessions across the globe and is also an active speaker in WIDS, which stands for Women in Data Science. But it's an honor to have you here. Thank you for being here. Round of applause. Thank you. Dr. Ravi Chakravarti holds a doctoral degree in Humanities and Social Sciences from IIT Delhi. His research is motivated as a reaction to the so-called affair that deeply scarred humanities and social sciences as a discipline and held them back from freely interacting with the harder sciences. However, with the rise of the creature that is digital humanities, the humanities must reassert the right to have a philosophical conversation with the sciences and not just remain mute and grateful adopters of technological roots as the gifts of science. The meta-theoretical nature of his research interests makes him develop a stake in the philosophy of mathematics, of science and technology. With a background defined by a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from IIT Kanpur and a master's in English literature at the University of Delhi, he seeks to orient his pedagogical training to rethink established connotations of interdisciplinarity. Dr. Ravi, thank you for being here. I'm going to hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your presence in this wonderful morning here. I think the stage is already set, but before that, I'll just lay out the way in which we thought about our panel. Like, we very carefully chose the word evangelism, right? So, and as Anirudh has already spoken about, there is, we want words to mean the way we want them to mean, right? And there is a sense in which artificial intelligence, the way in which it has captured our imaginations is no less than a religion, right? And I actually see that being an AI evangelist is actually a legitimate role in many corporations, right? So it kind of made us think about what it means to go beyond such evangelism, beyond thinking of AI as a religion. And we are more than lucky to have people like Shiv and Muthu here who actually in that sense come from the, if you like, the Mecca, Medina, or the Jerusalem of this religion, like San Francisco and Bangalore, right? So what we would like to think about is in your roles as being part of either the startup ecosystem or as part of corporations, how do you, quite apart from the hype around AI, actually see AI being adopted and the issues that we face in its adoption as companies either transition from a pre-AI era to being compelled into, sort of being swept into this new wave? And also, we're looking at startups who are warming up to the whole AI trend. So what is this sense of being compelled to be part of a religion? What is its sense of being, of this feeling of being missing out of the part on being part of the religion? So these are the things we want to explore, some of the themes. So what I would like to do is maybe, Muthu, you could start. Maybe for a few minutes you could talk about your journey and how you see these themes arising in your journey. Then Shiv takes over and we have a conversation. Yeah, thanks.
Sure. Thank you so much, Ravi. So yeah, I've been working in this field of analytics, data science, and AI for almost 2 decades now. And the way my life has been, it's like pre-ChatGPT and after ChatGPT era, right? So before ChatGPT also we have done a lot of generative AI. We always had these technologies. And I used to, go and sell to my customers that, AI can bring in value, data can bring in value. But after the ChatGPT storm, what has happened is in the last 1 year, I did close to 350 conversations with our customers, right? That's almost close to the number of conversations I would have done my entire career. So that is the transition that has happened in the last 1.5 years. And that's where, we are seeing a lot of this religionism of AI in the market, where AI is selling itself. We don't need to go and tell people the value of AI because everybody understands that this is the next trend. It's not a hype anymore. It is reality. Now, touching upon certain aspects that Ravi spoke about, how are startups doing it versus how a large corporation working with it? Like I mentioned, I've had 350 odd conversations, but I also work with 50 plus customers who are at different levels of maturity in their business and AI. Now, while large corporations would have a lot of funding to be able to do, any AI projects that they want, where we see the speed, with which you start implementing AI is where, the smaller companies, the startups are able to take a dip in the toe, way more faster than the large corporations because of a couple of reasons, right? One, startups want to, look at experimentation quickly. They are okay to fail fast. They look at this as a differentiator for their valuations. So they are quick to at least, start adopting, trying out new use cases, seeing where this goes, and they're able to find value in where they can quickly, scale. With larger corporations, what I'm seeing is there are already steering committees that are available. So while, there is a lot of uptake, but there is always that, push and pull that happens in large organizations, right? Because of 2 reasons. One, there is a skepticism on, hey, AI is never 100% accurate. So what is going to happen with the hallucinations? What is going to happen with the governance frameworks? Who will take ownership if something goes wrong with, scaling AI, right? So that is a bigger topic in larger organizations where they tend to ponder a lot on this. There is a lot of red tapes around choosing what use case to first prioritize, who will own the execution and the cost of AI, because it's not a very cheap technology for us to scale. So these are the 2 aspects where I see a lot of friction in speed with large organizations. But one thing that's common is that all the organizations, irrespective of whether they are startups or large organizations, are adopting AI at a scale in which we wouldn't have seen 2 years back. And the other aspect also that I wanted to touch upon is that while startups are dipping the toe faster, they also don't understand 2 things. One is the cost. when you do something like an MVP, a minimum viable, AI product, it is going to be very easy for you to prove value with a very simple cost, right? But the way, for example, OpenAI works on, building something like a ChatGPT for your own organization, it starts charging you by, embeddings and tokens, right? So if I have to simply put it, like every word of the question that you ask and every word of the answer that gets generated is going to be charged. So some of these cost aspects, how do you translate that to a business value is something that the startup ecosystems are struggling with when they move from MVP to scale. And of course, there are governance challenges, like what does it really take for you to reach a stage where, we can be okay with the hallucination percentages, we can be okay with the errors that AI is going to make as a technology. So those are aspects that startups are still figuring out, but they are very close to figuring out than the larger corporations.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Can't agree more than this with Muthu on this. So I just give you a brief of what I do, right? It's been over 20 years. I'm building data platform for very large internet companies. So I started as an open source data platform activist working for an open source project called MySQL. So MySQL powers the entire internet properties database infrastructure, especially those smaller data sets, like if you open your smartphone, right from Google to Twitter to LinkedIn to Facebook, everything there is a MySQL is there. So what was my job was like, being an open source committer, I used to work very core on the engineering of this data platform so that we are building a platform for performance and scale. So when I started my career, I was creating data infrastructure for human-generated data, right, which is pretty much under control. At a later part of my career, when somewhere around 2007, I was the first full-time data engineer for Twitter. So my job at Twitter was like make sure Twitter's data infrastructure is scalable, fault-tolerant, self-healing. But I always had a control, and over a period of time, I started MinervaDB. So MinervaDB is built to make an open source database infrastructure for scale. Again, our customers all used to be all the internet companies like Pinterest, Dropbox, and there was a control on the data generated. And we had people managing the data infrastructure. So MinervaDB is a 24/7 data infrastructure engineering provider from multiple cities globally, working for more than 500 customers, right? Several companies in the India stack, several internet companies in Indonesia, which include even one of the best of the one in the Bay Area too, which include Dropbox and Pinterest, all those things. So when I started Chista Data, so what is the objective of creating Chista Data? Another company. So MinervaDB runs as a transaction processing database systems company. So Chista Data has been created to handle the non-human generated data, right? So the largest database infrastructure for MinervaDB a few years back was like maybe 200 terabytes. Today in Chista Data, the smallest database what we handle is like 5 to 6 petabytes, right? Because the data set is changed. We work with Garmin, which is again the wearable devices, and the appliances generated data, right? We handle time series data, data from the sensors, data from the log infrastructure. So here, how AI we brought in, like when I created MinervaDB, I was having a control on how to handle the growth of the company. Like, so I have production engineering team who build tooling ecosystem to make sure that we are efficient. And when we started Chista Data in less than 2 years, in less than 2 years, we managed close to 400 petabytes of data. And of course, I can't scale such a large data infrastructure with eyeballs. So what we did was like something fascinating, like for each one of us is same with me, the driverless cars, right? Today, if you ask me like what real skill we need to possess to own a driverless car, is nothing, right? We just sit inside the driverless car. The same inspired me to create a driverless database infrastructure for real-time analytics. So when I say that, when we built Chista Data, a company handling more than 400 petabytes of data and approximately 60 petabytes data from one single customer, with 150 billion writes every 24 hours, right? And we have no human being managing it. The machines manages machine. Autonomous installation, autonomous configuration, autonomous reliability engineering, autonomous scale out. So here the point is like we have no human being involved. So no human involved, we have no pilot error, right? So yeah, you know, like back in the Bay Area, if you look at like whenever I talk to every CTO today, every CTO, every CDO, the infrastructure owners, that the data is the biggest asset, right? Like everybody look at like how I can derive maximum value out of my data. So everyone's focus is like, how can I scale my data platform with minimal or no human involved in it? So what is human into? So human is deriving more meaning for the data which is generated, right? So yeah, it's been, I don't see it, at least for now, for the last few years, I'm not seeing it as a fancy. It is like people asking us like, hey, which component you see is like heavily human dependent, right? Can we make it more efficient with non-human dependent entities? So yeah, with that.
I think I have maybe a last set of curiosities, and because we are going under time constraints, I think for our audience, what we would sort of like to understand is the distinction between the generative paradigm, as we call it, and the earlier regimes of AI, right? So you have, as a veteran in this sort of you know, game, you know that AI, it was not just ChatGPT, which is, it's the latest avatar of AI. If you could probably give us an insight into how specifically what we call quote unquote generative paradigm has changed your perspective about artificial intelligence. And that should also tie in with, you know, the other conversation that you're having about, on one hand, artificial intelligence in actually consumer-facing applications where ChatGPT, we see the magic of AI real time, even as laymen. And then there is AI used at the back end and you know, behind the scenes in large corporations, whether in database systems. How those two differ qualitatively, if you could maybe Shiv and Muthu just come in on that. And
Right. Today, if you look at like 5 years back, when I used to work with the founders on building a data property, they used to come to us and say that, hey, you know something, for me, the average response time of our consumers or the business, depending on data, should be as lean as possible. So what they want to say is like the performance is everything, right? Let's see that you use your Uber or your Amazon, you search for something, you stay with the app, right? The app is sticky to you because there is a response time which is acceptable to you, right? Now, if you see what we were biased consumption to today, we have a high velocity, high volume data ingestion. Take any company today, that they are not just dependent on the data generated within their business, they have dependency on the data generated entirely outside their corporation. I'm working with one of the petrochemical companies who depends on the sensors to define what's going to be the climatic changes when the fuel move from the refinery to the end consumer, right? This data is not belonging to their business, but then this data is pivotal for them to make decision, right? So as a matter of fact, if you are looking at like what the world was investing on the unit of performance is a response time, today the whole point is changed. Today people are like, how do I scale rights to the magnitude of data which is going to be ingested to my system, right? So the lifeline of Gen AI business is your vector data system, which cannot be powered by your traditional data systems, right? So we follow a bottom-up approach. Like you build a Gen AI infrastructure, right? And if you see that is not scalable. When I say the Gen AI infrastructure, the scale of it is about how the data distribution works across on a vectorized query computing model, right? So the way of looking at the whole system changed now from the past, what we are looking at today.
I will just take a use case and try to explain this question, as Shiv already covered the generic, industry trends, right? I'll just look at a chatbot. Like I said, I've been working on this field for like a couple of decades, right? So when I first started working on like any conversational AI or a chatbot, What the chatbot used to do is just business rules, right? So I come in and then I have a sign on, I ask some questions, and then there are very specific answers that are curated at the back end, right? So that is a technology that we used to use. On something called a foundational model, where this model is trained on data across the internet, all the information that is available. So it's super powerful, right? So any question that you ask, you are able to understand the context and generate a new response, right? It's not something that we have curated at the back end. Today, you can ask any question and ChatGPT is able to answer. Now, the next level that we are currently working on is to bring in the whole emotional quotient to, I wouldn't say ChatGPT, I would say more of a conversational AI, right? How can we understand the tone of a customer when they call the customer care to say whether, they're overwhelmed, are they already frustrated? So what kind of, GPT models we are supposed to trigger at the back end? So these are some of the, human elements that are coming on top of the technology. So, which is where yeah. So this is where I see the modern shift happening, right? The shift in the first couple of decades was more on the technology, where we try to understand how we can respond better, how we can respond with speed. Today we want to respond more with emotions. AI is trying to be more human, right? So that is where the next 10 years is probably going to be.
Thanks, Muthu. Thanks, Shiv. We are going to have a podcast with you, so this is just touching base. As I think, like we said, while we don't want technologists to own the concept of artificial intelligence, we do acknowledge that technologists have played a huge role in initiating and inventing it, and so it's fitting that we had you as our inaugural panel. And just to maybe sort of conclude, and sort of summarize some of the points, to return to this discussion about what is, when we talk about going beyond AI evangelism, and as just to explain for everybody, evangelism means the desire to spread any religion. And we know that no religion comes without infrastructure. Religion is not just about your relationship with God. Religion is about temples, architecture, a huge group of people. It involves a huge infrastructure. And I think the overwhelming realization for us today is the religion of artificial intelligence comes in with this huge infrastructure of, huge amounts of data, database systems, and obviously consequent, costs for climate change, etc. So I think that is one more overwhelming sense that I'm getting from both of you, that it's, while we might receive as a user the magical effects of AI in an instantaneous fashion, at the back end of it there is a huge infrastructure behind it, and I think that makes this religion very, very difficult and heavy, even at the same time as its the effects are very light and easy to understand. So thanks a lot for your presence here, and yeah, we look forward to having you again at our university some other time. Thanks.
Thank you, Shiv. Thank you, Muthu. I'd ask you to stay because we'd like to felicitate you. So may I ask our Registrar General, Ms. Surika Shetty, to come up and felicitate Muthu. May I also request Dr. Bhairav Thank you, Ravi.
Okay.
Dr. Hiroki Habuka is a research professor at the Kyoto University Graduate School of Law and the CEO of Smart Governance Incorporated. He is a former Deputy Director for Global Digital Governance at Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, where he led several projects on digital governance, including artificial intelligence, privacy protection, data security, and digital platform regulations. He also served as a lead author on Japanese government white papers on agile governance. Previously, he's worked at the World Trade Organization, Mori Hamada and Matsumoto, which is a Japanese law firm, the Japanese Financial Services Agency, and McDermott, Will and Emery in Paris. He was selected by the World Economic Forum Global Future Council on Agile Governance and Apolitical as one of the world's 50 most influential people revolutionizing government. It's an honor for us to have Dr. Habuka here, and may I request Dr. Habuka to come and address the gathering. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah, maybe I'm too loud. Huh? Let me adjust the mic. Oh, yeah. Yes, great, thank you. Oh, yeah.
Dr. Habuka will just wait for the chairs to be done. Yeah. You can start. Thank you.
Can you hear me well? It's good? Okay. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So I'm Hiroki Habuka, a research professor at Kyoto University and a former government official of Japan, and also a practical lawyer licensed in Japan at New York State. So let me ask one question to you all. Who are already lawyers, or who would like to be a lawyer? So are there any lawyer in this venue? If you're a lawyer or who wants to be a lawyer, please raise your hand. Not so much. Yes. Okay, so I got it. So I'm now feeling a bit away. So, okay, then today I'm going to explain how to think about AI and regulation, or AI and social design. So a respected friend of mine who is working for the global AI company in the United States once told me that, do you have any issues? Yeah, so a friend of mine told me that the social reactions to generative AI was the most dramatic one through his own practical experiences of 30 years. So the first 2 months of its release, people discussed, oh, this is the future of humanity. So this is our vision and future. And then right after the 2 months, then people started to discuss how this AI system will extinguish human beings. So like this, so the impact of generative AI, especially like ChatGPT and other very advanced foundation models, was such high. And suddenly, AI governance or AI regulation becomes one of the most popular agendas in policy making and also regulative policies. So, but I want to say, wait a second. We have to seriously think about why we need to regulate AI. Of course, sometimes it has high risks, but think about it. The AI system, the system itself is really complex, but the way how it works is not so complex. So basically, it analyzes data in a statistical manner and finds the patterns and give you the most probable answers. And that is exactly what has been done by human beings during the long history. And now the AI system can do that work much more efficiently and in a fast way. Then why we have to regulate AI? So there may be some answers. So the obvious thing is that sometimes AI poses high risk on our society. Then the next question is, what are the high-risk activities? And actually, we already have a lot of regulations, rules on high-risk activities, such as medical advice, legal advice, or financial services, construction, etc. So those activities are already regulated because they have high risk. Then, if you want to use AI systems for that purpose, for those high-risk purposes, maybe we need a regulation on AI. But here, we have to consider the difference between AI and human beings. I'll talk about it later, but so let me first say that actually the target of AI regulation could be based on our existing regulation. But now we have more advanced AI models, like advanced foundation models or general purpose AI models such as ChatGPT or Google's Gemini or Midjourney of illustration AI. So for those AI, just because we haven't had that kind of general purpose systems, we actually don't know what risks will occur from those new systems. And that's why we have to start from reviewing the risks of that kind of advanced model. And already the United States, the United Kingdom, and Japan, and maybe other countries as well, maybe India too, has established our AI Safety Institute to evaluate the risks of AI on society. And those risks might include the risks on democracy through creating fake news, or maybe sustainability of our creative field, like copyright issues or other intellectual property issues. And if we find severe problems, maybe we might want new regulations. And already some countries already advanced the regulation on the foundation models. But my personal position is that we really have to think about what are the costs and benefits of regulations, because regulations usually takes a lot of costs, both on the government and also regulators. And regulations could be immediately obsolete considering the speed of changing of technologies. So traditionally, we had made regulations through like 2 or 3 years legislative processes. But 2 or 3 years means a long time from the technological perspectives. So once you developed your new regulation, maybe it's already too late. So now you have more advanced technologies that could be not covered by the new regulation, and also the new innovation, which is safer or more fair, could be halted by the new regulations. So, so we somehow have to think about how to design our regulatory model, not only just updating our existing regulations. So let me talk about then the more broader view or general view of AI governance. So AI governance, includes a regulation, but not only that. So it includes corporate governance or market governance or democratic systems. And so I prepared a slide to map the AI governance. So could you object? Yes, next slide, please. The next slide, please, thank you. Oh yeah, thank you, yeah. So I hope you can see that maybe the chairs interrupt your vision, but so this is the big picture of AI governance. So when we talk about governance, we have to start from the actual risks. So what are the risks of AI? And there are several different kinds of risks. The first category is called technological risks, meaning that the risks caused because AI's function has some limitations. As I said, AI is a system where you analyze the data statistically. So there is no guarantee that the data the machine trained was accurate, or there is no guarantee that the future will be based on the statistical analysis of given data. So for sure, there will be misjudgment of the AI systems, or biases of AI systems, and hallucinations in the context of generative AI, or safety risks in the context of cyber-physical AI, such as autonomous driving or autonomous drone systems. And also, since it is an IT system, there is always a security risks, and there are many security risks, specifically on AIs. And then the second category is so-called social risks. The social risks are the risks that were caused because AI is too good. So this is not the problem of the function of AI, but more like it causes new problems because this is too good. For example, privacy issue. Traditionally, we had some privacy information, but it was not possible for us or for human beings to precisely predict the characteristics of humans or the future of each person's future actions or preferences. So, but because AI is too good, now if you have a lot of data, then you can accurately, precisely analyze who is this person and what contents this person likes and what will this person will do in the next few days, a few weeks. And also the risk of democracy. Now we have a lot of discussion of fake news, especially generated by AIs. And the risks to democracy is caused by the AI because AI is too good at making new contents. So likewise, you can use AI as a weapon, social weapon or physical weapon. And again, this is not because AI is bad, but because AI is too good. Yeah. So likewise, we have a lot of social risks imposed on our society. And then the third category, nature of risks. So actually, those risks like misjudgment, biases, hallucinations, privacy, democracy, or harmful use, we already have those different kind of risks in our society. So those risks existed prior to AI age. But the problem is that the AI somehow has different nature from human beings. For example, AI is by function, it's black box, so there is limited or sometimes no predictability or explainability. That's questions our governance models. And another important topic is that AI system has a lot of different stakeholders on the value chain. You have the data provider, the model developer, or model deployer, or even users who creates values through AI. So once accident happens, usually there are several reasons for the accident. So how to distribute responsibility or liability is another difficult question. And of course, speed of innovation and proliferation is another difficult problem. And also, it raises a lot of new ethical issues. For example, trolley problem used to be a famous philosophical agenda, but it wasn't a serious problem in our society because that kind of situation usually don't happen. But when you develop the autonomous car, you have to design and order the machine how to decide ethical problems. So now you have to seriously consider about trolley problems and other different balancing values problems. For example, another example is safety and privacy. If you want to make sure that the AI system is safe, sometimes you want more data. And if you try to get more data, you will sacrifice privacy. So how to balance those different values are another difficult problem. And then, now that we understand the risks of AIs, we have to think about what are the goals of governance. So there are two layers. The first layer is about human rights, democracy, rule of law, economic development, sustainability. All those fundamental values are values which we respected before the AI age. And those fundamental values will not change between the before and after AI. So, but as I explained already, since AI has a lot of technical unique aspects, there are some principles that should be especially taken care when you develop or use AI. principles are called AI principles or AI ethical principles, and that was a very popular agenda since about 2015 or 16. So there are a lot of, actually thousands of organizations that issued AI governance principles or AI principles or AI ethical principles like so. But those principles could be categorized in maybe 6 or 7 key principles, which include safety, security, privacy, fairness, transparency, and accountability based on validity. So I think there are small minor changes, but basically those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 principles are already most agreed by most leading countries or companies or communities. Okay, so far good, so good. And then the real question is then how to implement those different principles into governance systems or actual systems. The first of all, the AI actors, that means AI developer or AI deployer or AI users, should incorporate those different principles or values into their systems. Using not only their safety technologies, but also organizing their own rules or their own organizations. So, systematically they have to handle their risks and maximize the positive impact of the AI to the society. But this takes a lot of cost because before, if you had a specific rules given by the government or public authority, you could just follow the rules. But our age is not the age like the government can provide all specific rules. You have to do this or you shouldn't do this. Because just technology is too complex and also changing too fast. So now the regulation can say only high-level things like principles or outcomes of the regulation. So how to achieve those outcomes should be delegated to each actor. And this costs much more, usually much more than just follow the rules. So then we have to redesign the regulation models or incentive models in a society so that the AI actors are happy to invest their cost on AI governance. So for example, when you think about sanction mechanisms, at least in Japan, so far, if you make an accident or if you do a misconduct, then almost automatically you will get sanctioned. But if so, if there is any accident, what the stakeholders will do is just hide all information because they don't want to be punished. So they try to hide information, which is very bad for the society based on digital technologies, because usually there are a lot of different factors behind the accident. And the most important things for the society is to find the reason of the accident, because it's so complex. Without the information submitted by the companies, you cannot find the real cause of the accident. So how to incentivize companies to submit more information even after the accident is a very important question. So for example, the prosecutors can say that, oh, you will be basically criminally liable if you make a bad conduct. But if you submit the information or report the incident, and if you cooperate with the investigation, then you will be criminally not punished. So likewise, this kind of incentive mechanism should be also considered. Yeah. So what I wanted to say in this slide is that we have to always think about the big picture of AI governance. So regulation is just a means of regulatory governance tools, among others. So sometimes you can achieve better outcome of governance through the design of market rules or property rights rules, or also the government can provide supporting tools for each AI actor to do their own good governance. For example, providing the good soft law guidelines or guidances, which is not legally binding but helps companies to achieve better outcome through governance. So next slide, please. So here are the list of questions when we think about how to design our governance models. So since today I'm running out of time, so I will not go into details. But again, we have to start from thinking, what are the risks? And actually, what is a risk is already a big question. For example, somebody may think that the existence of machines that cannot be controlled by human beings are already risks. But some others might say that human beings are already uncontrollable or unpredictable. So why don't you just measure the cost and benefits of adopting AI? So, or another example is there are a lot of discussions about what privacy means. Some may think that all information related to myself is privacy, but some other will think about, okay, there is some critical information about myself, but other information related to me could be used for the social good. And safety is another issue. For example, trolley problem causes a good question of what safety means or what the ethical balancing of values means. So what are the risks is already a fundamental question, and it's not only a technical question, but it's also a philosophical question or a psychological question or social question. And likewise, we also have to discuss what are the golden principles, what fairness means, what security means, because 100% security is impossible nowadays. So what is security in a good sense? It's another good, great question. And also, what is accountability? How you can be accountable for the conduct or misconduct of your activities, because for sure there may be someone who will complain on the systems, and you cannot always get 100% consent from stakeholders. In that situation, what accountability means is another question. So likewise, there are a lot of fundamental questions. So, so sometimes we just want to jump into the regulation discussions and, hey, AI causes this bad issues, so we have to regulate AI. But actually, we always have to think about the cost and benefits to the society. And cost and benefit doesn't mean only the economic cost and benefit, but more like broader context of cost and benefit for our humanity or for our democracy, for our society. Good. So next slide, please. Yeah, so finally, let me just briefly introduce Japan's position. Japan is actually one of the least regulative countries in the world. We have a lot of regulations related to AI, for example, regulation on autonomous driving, or regulation on healthcare devices, or regulation on financial services, and they're all related to AI. But so far, we had a lot of legislative amendment, so that the companies can use more AI in their regulated activities. So it's not like restricting the use of AI, but more like giving AI more chances to do high-risk activities. And another famous example of Japan's regulation or legislation is the Copyright Act of 2017. So now our Copyright Act says that if you use the data set or data which is copyrighted, a lot of online content. So if you use a copyrighted data set, if you just put it in the machines and without human recognition or human enjoyment, then it's not a violation of copyright. So like machine crawling of copyright data is usually discussed under whether it violates copyright or not. But in Japan, the basic rule is that machine learning is not an infringement of copyright, except the cases where it heavily damages the original copyright holders. And actually now there is an intense discussion on what this exception means. I mean, what is the cases where the copyright holder's right will be severely harmed? So still there are a lot of interpretation discussions, but basically we are very happy to allow AI developers to use their copyrighted data. So, and one of the reasons for that position is that we face a severe shortage of workers. We have our population, not like India, our population is declining a lot. So we are sure that we need to use AI in our society. So we are still struggling to balance the costs and benefits, but basic position is that we are very eager to adopt more technologies. I'm really curious about what is Indian positions, because India also must have its cultural position or social position of adopting AI. So I'm really looking forward to the following discussions during this event. So that's pretty much it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take. If not, it's my end of presentation.
Yeah, a round of applause for Dr. Habuka. Yeah, may I request Professor Dr. Vishwanath to come over and felicitate Dr. Habuka. Dr. Habuka, if you can stay.
Is this sitting good? Hello, check. Hello. Does this work? Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Mark Kokelberg is a Belgian philosopher of technology. He's professor of philosophy of media and technology at the Department of Philosophy of the University of Vienna and former president of the Society for Philosophy and Technology. He was previously professor of technology and social responsibility at the De Montfort University in Leicester, UK, managing director of the 3TU Center for Ethics and Technology, and a member of the philosophy department of the University of Twente. Before moving to Austria, he has lived and worked in Belgium, the UK, and Netherlands. He is the author of several books, including Growing Moral Relations, 2012, Human Being at Risk, 2013, Environmental Skill, 2015, Money Machines, 2015, New Romantic Cyborgs, 2017, Moved by Machines, 2019, the textbook Introduction to Philosophy of Technology, 2019, and AI Ethics, 2020. He's written many articles and is an expert in ethics of artificial intelligence. He is best known for his work in philosophy of technology and ethics of robotics and artificial intelligence. He has also published in the areas of moral philosophy and environmental philosophy. Dr. Kokelberg, it's an honor to have you here, and let me invite you for the keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for inviting me. It's the first time in this city, first time at this university. It's very exciting for me, and I'm very happy to be here in India and also in this state. Today I would like to talk about AI and especially the political aspects of AI. Let me see if this works, if I click through. Yeah, so I started working on the more political aspects because we're in a phase now, not only that I personally like to do other things, but also we're in a phase now when we have a lot of elections coming up all over the world, actually. Also in India, we have a discourse that's more and more about the risks AI presents for democracy. And there is more and more in the world also a trend towards authoritarianism. So I was very concerned about this. And so I started to ask myself the question, is AI really bad for democracy? What could be the risks? What could be the issues? So I wrote this book, and this book is actually published right today. So I'm happy here to launch the book here in Bengaluru and here at the university. So why AI undermines democracy and what to do about it are exactly these two aspects. Once we ask about the impact, we have to look at the risks. So I want to say something about that, about why it undermines democracy. But I also looked at the potential pathways to democratize AI to make sure that these risks are mitigated. So let me first say something about how bad AI could be for democracy. First of all, what I do in a book is to tell something more about AI and in the context of the history of technology. If we look at this in that context, we see that actually cybernetics, which is a name that was used before artificial intelligence, cybernetics has already some kind of authoritarian tendency from the very beginning in Western philosophy, namely in Plato, who compares steering the ship of the state who compares steering the state to steering a ship, and says that this kind of what we could call a political cybernetics is something that should not be left to the people, but should be a matter of experts. This view of politics and this argument from Plato against democracy is something that political philosophers have been struggling with more or less the rest of Western philosophy. Also, what we see today is in the real world is that this argument is also used by big tech and by autocratic governments to say like, well, leave AI to us experts, citizens don't have much to say about that. So I think there is already this danger in the very Western thinking about politics. There is also a tendency in our histories all over the world, different civilizations, to use technology to support centralization. So already in ancient civilizations, kings, priests, and accountants used all kind of technologies and calculation techniques to support power. Today, I think we have something similar going on. Of course, that doesn't mean that calculation data AI is necessarily bad, but there is a tendency that it supports centralized power, so we should be aware of that. When it comes to the question what AI does to democracy, we also have to say something about AI. Some people that introduced this Confest have already mentioned some things about AI. What I would like to say is that AI is, of course, this technical thing, but it's also a narrative. We also project our fears, hopes, dreams on AI. And this is also, I think, an opportunity to connect the people from technical disciplines to the humanities who also have something to say about the creation of narratives and meanings. Democracy then is also part of that question, and democracy can be about voting, but it can also be about more than that. It can be about citizens who participate in governance, so very different idea than Plato had. It can be about communication, about shared understanding, about trying to understand the other points of view and not only express your vote or express your opinion on social media, for example, but discuss with others, deliberate about the common good, for example. So there are different conceptions, and in the book I was inspired by philosophical Republican conceptions, which are exactly about these more richer things. When we say something about democracy, we also should keep in mind that democracy remains something of an ideal. To paraphrase Gandhi's answer, when someone asked, like, what do you think about Western civilization? Gandhi said it would be a good idea. And in the book I say, well, we can say the same about democracy, right? I think it would be a good idea. So democracy isn't fully realized, neither in the West nor anywhere else. So it's good to keep it in mind as a normative ideal that we have to keep on working on. It's not going to be there from itself. It's actually very fragile. So we have to support it whenever we can. In a global perspective, it also has to be said that there are different versions of democracy, and we should respect that. We should also try in different parts of the world to learn from each other, like how other versions of democracy look like, what could be positive about them. And of course we should be aware about also these anti-democratic tendencies which are also there in the West. So the problem is not just manipulation of voting, and their AI of course also plays a role, but I think AI also does something more. It undermines really basic values and principles that are connected to democracy. So in the book I talk about values that come from the French Revolution, for example, freedom, equality, and fraternity. Often fraternity is not discussed in Western contemporary political philosophy. That is changing now. Rule of law, also tolerance, there are all kinds of values and principles like this. And my worry is that these principles are undermined by AI. How is it, for example, if I have the idea that I should be able to make up my own mind about who I want to vote for, what should be done with society, then AI can actually undermine this by creating an environment where I don't really have the right kind of knowledge, or I hear only the others, the opinions of others that agree with me, and so I cannot have this broader discussion. Also, the general discouragement of listening to one another, the discouragement of tolerating each other, I think this also undermines democracy. So it's not only about elections and voting here, again, democracy. Another important danger is that we need in society some level of connection, we need some level of trust, and all kind of factors can undermine that trust. Now, again, AI can be part of this. So first of all, what is the problem? If we look at Hannah Arendt's work, we see that a democracy can easily become even a totalitarian system once the people no longer share a world, when they are isolated, when they distrust each other. And so the worry is that these kind of conditions today can be created also in a democracy, and therefore can lead to totalitarianism. What AI can do here is that when it erodes the distinction between real and fake, for example, that it creates this mistrust in information, mistrust in knowledge, and mistrust in each other. Also, these epistemic bubbles, what I just said, that we mainly listen to the opinion of those who agree with us, creates this kind of mistrust not only in the state, but also between citizens. And we need that trust for democracy to work. So once that's gone, then we have again the danger of authoritarianism and totalitarianism. So these are a number of dangers. I'm not saying that AI necessarily leads to this. This is never the case with technologies. Technologies have a lot of opportunities, have a lot of potential benefits, but we need to make sure that there isn't this, this gliding thing towards the risks and dangers I just explained. And what I do in the second part of the book then, therefore, is to look like, okay, if these are the dangers, how can we make sure that AI doesn't make us move in that direction? How can we make sure to strengthen democracy, and how can we make AI itself more democratic? I think there are different challenges there. I think there is really a need for public deliberation and political leadership in dealing with these challenges. So these are kind of conditions for this. But what exactly needs to be done? So very concrete. I think first of all, we need to strengthen our democratic institutions, the institutions that are already there, but which shouldn't be taken as obvious. So they are very fragile themselves. How can we strengthen them? For example, through supporting quality journalism, independent journalism, through also making sure that these more participative processes where citizens also have a real say, not just a vote, but a real say where they can say what they think, where they can talk about others, that this is part of our system to decide the future of technology and future of AI. I also think there should be new institutions, because one problem what we now have, for example, with the regulation mentioned by the previous speaker, is that it takes a long time. I used to be part of this high-level expert group on AI for the European Commission. That's 5 years ago, at least 5 years ago. Now we have the AI Act. So yes, it starts with principles and goes towards governance, but this takes a long time. We need more flexible ways of dealing with that. How can we organize this is an important question there. And I think we need new institutions that connect the technological developments that go on often in the private sector to public sector, to democratically elected bodies, and to processes of deliberation and participation. Then how can we make AI more democratic? Well, we can try to put values, political, ethical values into the development of AI. There, companies can have a very important role there, but again, that needs to also be linked to these democratic institutions. And what we definitely can do in the future is to make sure that AI is not only a risk and a danger, but that AI itself works for democracy. Now, what do I mean with that? One meaning is that these deliberative and participative processes are used to decide about AI, but what could be really interesting is using the AI technologies themselves, using data and so on, for helping people to figure out their position, for summarizing opinions and political views, for translating in a multi-ethnical and multi-language context, like this big city. I think that could also help. And yeah, so there are people already thinking about that. For example, Landemore at Yale. But I think we need much more research on this, more constructive aspects, how to make AI work for democracy rather than that it undermines. But if it's true that what Hannah Arendt, for example, says about these conditions for totalitarianism, I think we also need to work on the conditions of democracy and strengthen the knowledge bases needed for all this. And this requires, I think, a cultural change. What I find in Western philosophy, which I know best, is this Renaissance, this Enlightenment values, which I find very inspiring. I think there could also be other principles and values taken from other philosophical traditions and indeed other ways of thinking all over the world. What is important here is that this richer ideal of democracy only works if people are properly educated. Otherwise, the Platonic argument makes sense. You know, if you have people who know nothing about AI, if you have people who are not interested in government because they never learned in school, in university, to engage with these questions, then Plato is right, and these people shouldn't rule, right? But what we need to do then instead is to broaden education and deepen education. And also in the West, if we look at the US, for example, what's happening politically these years, I think it's very important to strengthen education. That education needs to be interdisciplinary, and I believe at this university there is a lot of interest in that and a lot of activities going on, such as this Confest. I think these kind of things need to be everywhere, need to be really properly supported by policy. So tech policy without education policy doesn't make sense. These two need to be connected, not only within universities, but also at the level of states, governments. Also, we have to think about how can we activate people, motivate people to take part in these deliberations about new technologies. And finally, what we also need, I argue at the end of the book then, is an orientation towards the common good. This term, I think, is among philosophers, is not the easiest term. It's a term that has a long tradition, again, in this philosophical Republican tradition. But it's not so easy to know what it is. So one meaning is that that politics shouldn't only be about private interest, but also should support the common good. And there are various actors in society can play a role, companies, NGOs, and so on. But there's also the philosophical question, like, yeah, what is the common good? One approach to move on in this discussion is to say, like, well, maybe we don't always know what a common good is, but if we talk to one another, we can find out what would be good for society. And that's the kind of direction I also take in the book, where I say that we need this not only at national, but also at global level. Of course, it's difficult to see like what would be the common good for future generations, but it's also that question we need to ask. The common good for everywhere, not only West, North, also Global South and so on, but also the question like what could be the common good for the next generations. Then one other way to approach that is to go more concrete and less philosophical and say like what exactly needs to be common, what needs to be shared. Well, you can share data, for example. This is something that some people propose. We can share data in that way, make also AI more democratic. But I stress again this cultural and societal conditions. So I think we also need to some extent to share values, experience, and learning. Again, to be able to talk to one another and to arrive at some idea what is the common good for us in a particular context today. I'm inspired there again by philosophy, so I always make that link, but it's also a very concrete question, like how can we make sure that we share enough? And it's a very concrete challenge because social media in combination with AI sometimes gives us the impression that we are in our own bubble and there is a danger that we share less and less with other people. And so if that's the case, then there is again all these dangers I talked about. So to support that, we need that creation of common experience across contexts and also across time, so that we can, in Ernst's terms, share a common world And then I think it becomes easier to move towards the common good and to make democracy work. So for AI governance, then, and I think inspired by these ideas, we have to criticize the current ways of AI governance. I think they're not participative and deliberate enough. They don't think enough about giving AI also a positive role, and they don't really take seriously citizens who, if educated properly, could play a really very positive role in these discussions. And I think that philosophically speaking, then this Republican understanding about democracy can help us to move towards a common good and indeed to democratize AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kokulbab. I'd request you to stay on the dais. Let me invite Dr. Anirudh to felicitate Dr. Kokulbab. Student hosts to take over. Thank you, everyone.
For the rest of today.
So now we're going to be introducing the music club from Alliance University that have been the life of the party at every Alliance University fest, from the Bollywood night that we hosted to the prom night. And to introduce that,
Yeah, so get ready for Echoes of Infinity, AI High Melodies, brought to you by our music club. Put your hands together to welcome them as they share with you AI-inspired music. And while they're setting up, you can quickly go get tea and come back in 5 minutes.
thank you.
session. A los platos. Carlos Grau, Valencia. In session.
Test 1 2 3 check. Test 1 2 3 check check check. Test 1 2 3 check. Mic 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 test. Mic test. Test 1 2 3 check. Mic test 1 2 3 check. Yes.
Okay.
Test 1 2 3 check. Mic 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 test. Mic test.
Hello, 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 hello.
ನನ್ನ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಎರಡಕ್ಕೂ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿಲಿ.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Say likewise. I hate everyone and everything in this present moment. Hello, 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 hello. Hi.
Hello?
Interesting. Hello, 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 hello.
Hello? Hello? It's also not working.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, that's loud. Hello, hello, yeah.
Check, 1, 2. Check.
Check, check. Hi, guys. Can everyone please settle down? The music performance is going to be starting shortly.
And please try to not leave the room while the performance is happening. So just to inform you guys about the people on stage who are going to be performing for you, we have Anushka Moses, we have Sangeet, Sean, Lazarus, and Chris.
Put your hands together to welcome the music club.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Today I'm going to be performing Scared to Be Lonely. coming back for more. Is it just our bodies? Are we both losing our minds? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight 'cause we're scared to be lonely? Do we need somebody just to feel like we're alright? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight 'cause we're scared to be lonely? Scared to be lonely. Even when we know it's wrong, somebody better for us all along. Tell me how can we keep holding on tonight 'cause we're scared to be lonely. Even when we know it's wrong, but somebody better for us all along. Tell me how can we keep holding on tonight 'cause we're scared to be lonely. Is it just our bodies? Are we both losing our minds? Is the only reason you're holding me tonight 'cause we're scared to be lonely. Scared to be lonely. Scared to be lonely. I'm scared to be lonely. Thank you.
Check. Thank you so much for that great performance, guys.
Now we have another lead singer from the music club, Nirmiti Mahatre. She's from Liberal Arts as well. So please give it up for the next performance as well. Thank you.
There's a heavy blue, one to love and one to lose. Sweet divine, a heavy truth, water or wine.
Thank you so much for that great performance, guys.
Hello. So now on, we have a band from our school of liberal arts that is the Pretentious Ones. Recently, they also performed in the Battle of Bands University. They're a starting off band, so please give it off to Ankshita, who is the lead singer, Nirmiti, who is the guitarist and lead singer, Arshid on the drums, Chris on the bass, and Abhishek. So let them take over and enthrall you all with their performance. Thank you.
I walk a lonely road, the only one that I have ever known. Don't know where it goes, but it's hard to me, and I walk alone. I walk this empty street on the boulevard of broken dreams, where the city sleeps, and I'm the only one, and I walk alone. Walking down the line that divides me somewhere in my mind, on the borderline of the edge of where I walk alone. Read between the lines, what's messed up and everything is alright. Check my vital signs, till I'm still alive, and I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk alone. I walk alone, I walk out. My shadow's the only one that walks beside me. My shadow hides the only thing that's bleeding. Sometimes I wish someone out there would find me. Pretend that I walk Thank you.
Hello. So we are Dead or Bees, like our band, and we're gonna perform Best Song Ever.
And previously performed Boulevard of Broken Dreams by Green Day. I hope you like our performance.
Maybe it's the way she walks straight into my heart and stole it through the gates and bars of car, just like she already owned it. I said, can I take you back with me? She said, never in your wildest dreams. And we danced all night to the best song ever. We knew every line. Now I can't remember how it goes, but I know that I won't forget her. 'Cause we danced all night to the best song ever. I think you went, oh, oh, oh. I think you went, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think you go, said her name was Georgia Rose, and her daddy was a dentist. Said I had a dirty mouth. I got a dirty mouth. But she kissed me like she meant it. I said, can I take you home with me? She said, never in your wildest dreams. And we danced all night to the best song ever. We knew every line. Now I can't remember how it goes, but I know that I won't forget her. 'Cause we danced all night to the best song ever. And we went, oh, oh, oh. I think you went, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think you go. You know, I know, you know, I remember you, and I know, you know, I hope you remember me, and you know, I know, you know, I remember you, and I know, you know, I hope you remember how we did. How we did. Now we danced all night to the best song ever. We knew every line. I can't remember how it goes, but I know that I won't forget her. 'Cause we danced all night to the best song ever. And you go. Best song ever. It was the best song ever. It was the best song ever. It was the best song ever.
All the performers, please come on stage for a group photo. Group photo, guys. Thank you so much, the Music Club, for giving us such fun-filled performances. This is why we rely on you for each fest.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Now, we will have a panel discussion. Over to you, Jasmine.
We are inviting Ms. Sanuta Raghu as the moderator for this panel discussion. Just a minute.
Hello, everyone. Please settle down. The panel discussion will start shortly. Just a kind reminder, please do not enter and exit during the panel discussion. Silence, please.
Now, upcoming, we have a panel discussion having Ms. Sanuta Raghu, Ms. Lakshmi Sivadas, and Professor Devdas Rajaram as the moderator. A little information about Ms. Sanuta Raghu. She is a multimedia journalist, vigorously leading and building responsible news for platforms.
Hi, everybody. It's a humble request if we can be just a bit silent, because let's be respectful and receptive to every speaker around the room. Thank you so much.
So introducing Ms. Sanuta Raghu. She's a multimedia journalist, vigorously leading and building responsible news for platforms with 6 to 200 million users. Currently, she's the executive producer at Scroll.in, which is an independent news organization in India, where she leads award-winning journalists and video designers to extend the frontiers of news reportage and storytelling. Also, she holds a wide background of experience as senior producer and senior desk editor at CNN News 18, carrying abundant skills in herself, compromising social media, video productions, press releases, and more, provides valuable insight to the sphere of journalism.
Ms. Lakshmi Sivadas, is the program manager and engagement lead at London School of Economics and Political Science. Her current project places her in a unique intersection of journalism and AI. She manages cross-border collaboration, the Journalism AI Fellowship, where journalists and technologists together work responsibly to use AI to improve and enhance journalism.
And as the moderator for this panel discussion, we have Professor Devdas Rajaram. He is a highly skilled educator specializing in digital journalism with expertise in various areas, including multimedia storytelling, mobile journalism, social media, data journalism, podcasting, AR/VR 360 immersive storytelling, drone journalism, AI, and prompt engineering. He has an impressive background, having served as the former senior editor-in-chief of info2cell.com, which stands as the world's first mobile storytelling platform. Devdas Rajaram is recognized as one of the pioneers in mobile journalism and interactive multimedia storytelling.
He also holds a master's degree in international multimedia journalism from Newcastle University in the United Kingdom, which provides him with a solid academic foundation in the field. Devdas Rajaram has also held teaching positions at esteemed institutions such as the American University in Bulgaria and Stuttgart Media University in Germany. Furthermore, he has had the privilege of being a visiting professor at Hyderabad Central University.
And like this, we start the panel discussion with the three main chief guests we have on panel today. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah. We are going to have to take your excuse in the sense that, when we titled this media, since three of us are coming from journalism background, and it's going to be mostly about journalism, not media as such. So for example, entertainment industry and other industry. So I had to take your excuse on that. So to get started with the two questions that come to your mind when you talk to journalists or storytellers or media industry. I've been to a very big media house recently, say a month ago, to train their team. And wherever you go, you keep getting two questions. When you mention, the moment you mention AI, the first question is it going to take my job? And the second question is, am I good enough? Can I do this? Do I have to learn? Do I have to come from an engineering background, a technical background, to be able to learn and practice and to implement AI? So both of these questions are, they are all over the place. So let me tell you something before we get started. So I started my journey from print, which was 18th century, then evolved into a practitioner, AI enthusiast, and later on became a practitioner of artificial intelligence. So these questions are not new. You can't blame people for being suspicious of AI, getting anxious about AI, and getting scared of AI. So my questions are going to revolve around to the panelists. Actually, it's going to be a conversation type, not me asking a question. Please don't them answering. It's going to be a conversation type. So these questions, like I said, they're not new. So back in, I read somewhere that back in BC 370, Socrates was against technology, and he was against writing. Actually, he discouraged people from presenting, his disciples from presenting arguments in the form of writing, because he argued that, I quote, that written words are going to leave a hole in the souls of the young orators, and it's going to leading to forgetfulness, because they're not going to use your memories. And I think he was wrong in that. So this kind of scare, the fear about technology, so that's what we are trying to actually dispel here in this conversation. So I'm going to start with Sanuta. So talking about the challenges and opportunities of this particular technology, artificial intelligence in journalism. Can you just start with how your newsroom is implementing or practicing, putting this into practice, this technology into practice, please?
Right. Thank you, Professor Dev, and thank you, Alliance University, for having me here. Why we started using AI within our organization was to sort of address a very simple question, right? How do we make the lives of our journalists easier? That's where we started. And the tools we're building are around this premise. So one of the tools we won funding for this from Google to build this is a text to video tool. So which basically you take a URL of a news article, you put it into the input field, you hit generate, and it extracts the media from all that from the text article, and it outputs a video at the end of it, which you're able to share on social media and wherever else that you want to. So this came from the fact that our journalists were spending more than 24 hours to produce a high quality video with not too much shelf life, right? So because it's social media, mediums like YouTube, for example, you put it on, and if it's a very specific topic video which only lasts for a particular time, you lose it, right? You're not able to make use of it. So that's where we started from. And then we expanded to building a research tool using LLMs. We moved parallelly with ChatGPT, for example, which came in November 2022. And we're building research tools to basically query all of our journalism as a research tool for journalists, so that they can get articles that they have fact-checked and produced, and they're able to extract facts out of those. Another tool we're building is the government of India has put out a lot of data sets, has made a lot of data sets available to us as APIs. So how do you put that onto an LLM and query it for very actionable insights? Like, there was the big tomato price story that happened a few months back. Are you able to get a historical price of tomatoes from various sources? Yes, the answer is yes, you're able to query that and extract that information. Is the LLM able to do reasoning and analysis well? No, it's not able to do that well. And the other tool we're building, which is my favorite, is basically an autocorrect tool for journalists. So all journalism organizations have a style guide. So you put that onto an LLM, and it basically tells you if the copy that you've written is compliant with the style guide. So exactly like a spell check, it will put a squiggly under the word and say, that this doesn't comply, so please change it. So these are the tools that we're working on.
Yeah, just focusing on the tools. So we know that it's not a new thing. Say, for example, New York Times started, or rather, Washington Post started with a heliograph, which covered the 2020 elections. They were able to create content, that is articles. And you know that Associated Press, the world's largest news organization, they started producing content, written content, way back in 2014, 13, 14. So with the stock reports, and so rather than humanly producing, it's impossible to produce a large quantity of, say, earning results in a business earning result, or even minor sports results. So you are going to have to hire thousands of journalists, which is not going to happen. So do you think producing content like that, written content from a structured data, is it a good thing or a bad thing?
So when we started our journey, that was the dream.
Do you do that?
Right?
Scroll.
Short answer, no, we don't do that. But I'll give you the reasoning behind it. So when we started our journey, we're a very small newsroom. We have about 20 journalists. But we want to make our journalism accessible to a large number of people. We had very credible data sometime in 2021 that said 650 million Indians with smartphones would be watching 60 minutes of video every day by 2025, right? A huge number. So how do you get access to our journalism to this audience, right? That was the premise that we also started with. But what you said, there's a little bit of a fallacy in it, right? So when you have the dream of producing 10,000 articles, right? The capability is there, AI allows you to do that, plus you can do it in all our 22 official languages, so you get scale and volume. But when most news organizations today, and Lakshmi will be able to corroborate that as well, that what we have essentially said is that there is always going to be a human in the loop while producing these articles. So yes, the capacity to produce 10,000 articles is possible, but who is going to look over? What is the oversight going to be for those 10,000 articles? So if you are an organization that says, okay, we don't really value facts or accuracy, we're just going to put it out and speed is going to be our, sort of mainstay, then that is okay. But most news organizations, I would go as far as to say all news organizations do value facts and accuracy over speed sometimes. So I think that's a fallacy that has been created, that AI gives you volume and scale. Yes, it does, but with certain caveats.
Okay. Lakshmi, yeah, I've been a keen fan of what they produce every year, annual report of Journalism AI, which is part of London School of Economics. I've been following them for the last 8-9 years. And you were surveyed, you've been part of the surveys of global newsrooms for a long time. So can you just share your insights from the last report, the very latest report, 2023 report?
Yeah, sure. So thank you for your question and thank you for having me here at Alliance University. Our latest report is called Generating Change, and it's actually a follow-up to our 2019 report, which was the very first report that looked at how news organizations across the world are using artificial intelligence. In the latest report, it echoes a lot of what we said in 2019 as well. We were saying that there is room for collaboration. AI literacy is something that needs to be a focus for all newsrooms and all journalists. And then one of the biggest things that we saw, which again we saw in the 2019 report, was that there's a huge disparity when it comes to the AI adoption between the countries in the so-called global north and the global south. So these are the main highlights of it. But if you go deeper into the report, you can also find that AI as such is being used across the spectrum of news gathering, news production, and news distribution, with the greatest impact being in news distribution, where you look at recommendation, personalization, and things like that. I highly recommend everyone downloads the report. You can find it on our website. But yeah, these are the highlights.
Speaking of AI literacy, I'm going to have to disagree with my previous speakers, a couple of speakers who actually were warning about, of course, there is a danger to AI, reckless implementation of AI. What I think is, when she was speaking about literacy, we had the same problem with social media. When social media hit the media industry, for that any industry, it changed our behavior. We had the same problem with mobile phones before that. It changed our behavior, the way we think, even the way we live. So how important is literacy, AI literacy? Say, for example, we were talking about, previous speaker was speaking about hallucination. So I don't actually, I'm going to have to disagree with that, because ChatGPT is not designed as a research tool, and it's not designed to give you the right answer. It's not like that. It's not like, I ask something and ChatGPT is hallucinating something. ChatGPT is not designed for that. So we need to understand, how to use ChatGPT and other AI tools, which is called prompt engineering. There is an emerging area called prompt engineering. Say, for example, if you ask ChatGPT to say, what will happen to Othello if he hasn't done a particular thing in Othello, Shakespeare. So it hallucinates. That's what it is designed for. So you can't blame ChatGPT for giving you a wrong answer. So how important is getting to know AI, where to apply AI, how to apply AI, how important that is in media industry in particular, and general industry in other industry, other areas in general.
Yeah, I think a few speakers before me also talked about this. The more informed you are about the power of AI and what AI can do, the more you can advocate for change. So I read this article where they were talking about how you need to be educated advocates for AI. So the key is not that you need to know every technical aspect, how to train a model or anything like that, but you need to know what goes into it, what kind of data is being used, what kind of algorithmic model is being used, and what each of these models mean. And from a journalistic perspective, I feel like we have a lot of aversion towards new technologies generally also. So with AI, it's going to happen. There is going to be some kind of significant change, which even Sanuta was talking about. So if you want to be in a position to be able to advocate for the right kind of changes and the responsible use of AI, you need to know what it means and how you can use it.
Sanuta, what's your take on that, and how important is AI literacy? Like, you know, there was a time when we advocated, we wanted people to, we encourage digital literacy, how to use social media. I know for a fact that, you know, because of digital literacy, how to use social media platform, this is started in Germany, and in Europe it started to 10-year-old kids. We don't do that in India. So how important is AI literacy?
I think it's very, very important. So, you know, in 2021, NFTs and crypto was a huge thing, right? People called it, you know, the tulip mania. And I was hoping that such a moment would arrive last year as well, right? Like 1 year, you see for 1 year what happens, and then you're able to gauge if a newsroom or an organization should invest into it. But the way this has exploded, I think it's going to touch almost every aspect of our lives, which makes it very, very imperative that, you know, we need to be informed, and our choices that we take going forward have to come from that informed place. So literacy then, you know, becomes the fundamental aspect of that. So 100%, I think, literacy, AI literacy from every aspect, right? The societal aspects, I think a lot of speakers today have already spoken about, but specifically from a media aspect and from, you know, like I talked to my mother, for example, which is, you know, we're part of a lot of these family groups on WhatsApp, and the kind of forwards and the kind of images and the kind of text that you already get, right, for the last 3 months, 4 months, you're already able to see the trend of where this is going and how much this is going to blow up, right? Look at this cute peacock, you know, baby peacock. I don't know if you have seen that image. You know, look at this, you know, man on the moon kind of image which looked very realistic. Pope in a puffer jacket, if you've seen that. You know, Donald Trump being arrested. Very, very photorealistic images. So these things are already coming or already exist. So the fact that one needs to be aware of these and make informed choices from this place is very, very important.
And has this technology made your job more exciting, more interesting, or boring?
It's added a lot of workload to my job, for sure. But yeah, I mean, it's exactly like you said, you know, like social media was a wave, and this is the next wave. So we're going to have to be prepared for it and ride the wave.
So what kind of reactions, Lakshmi, you were getting from the newsrooms about, normally, you know, usually are they resisting this change, or are they trying to embrace this technology? So what kind of reactions you've been getting from the newsrooms around the world?
Yeah, so as you were mentioning, we interviewed about 105 newsrooms from 46 countries for our report. And the broad consensus is that there are pockets of people who are still resisting change, but compared to maybe 5 years ago, there are more people who are adapting to the change now, or at least putting the wheels in motion to adapt to change. This could mean by creating AI strategy groups, by creating AI guidelines, just even in the process of thinking of how a newsroom can potentially use AI, that sentiment seems to have increased from when we interviewed people in 2019. So I feel like there has been a great need as well when it comes to this. So small newsrooms, as I was mentioning, they were having a difficult time, and I think Sanuta can talk to this, but they were having a difficult time initially in terms of resources and all of that, but with the advent of AI, I feel like it can augment a lot of the repetitive work, and this goes back to the first question that you were talking about, where you were talking about whether it's a good thing or a bad thing when you generate articles from AI. So it goes to what kind of organization are you, what are your goals, what is the ethics that you're being guided by, and based on that, you can use AI.
I just want to add to that, if you don't mind. So for an organization, any kind of organization, right, and media organization, because we represent them, brand liability becomes a huge thing, right? The fact that a user trusts in my product, trusts in my journalism, trusts in the media that I produce, becomes a huge sort of burden on my shoulders to make sure that I'm delivering on that trust. So to go as far as to say that I will, put whatever it is that I want and I will, just for the sake of volume and scale, I don't think companies will do that, which is why almost everybody that we work with has sort of, said that like their approach is always cautiously optimistic. Of course, we are experimenting with it, and we are optimistic that this will help augment our work and augment our journalism. But at the same time, we don't want to lose the trust. And for us, the trust comes from the users, the readers, the viewers, the listeners. But for any other company, like the customer trust can't be lost. So to put out anything in the name of, this will, give me volume, I don't think as a strategy makes sense. So I don't think we are going in that direction.
I was just going to say that a lot of the newsrooms are not doing it for volume, unless you're talking about the really large legacy newsrooms. You talk about mid-sized to smaller newsrooms, really augmenting. So whether it is research or just data analysis, they're looking at things like that and not necessarily generating articles at scale.
How about personalizing the content, using this technology to personalize the content and say for recommending articles, then say trying to find out potential subscribers, who might pay for it. In Germany, this technology is being used only in 3 areas, to personalize content, then to recommend articles and similar articles you might like Netflix is using that, like Netflix has been using for a long time. So at the end of the day, journalism is not something, that journalist's job is, core job is, key job as a journalist is to find stuff that is not on the internet already. So what is the feeling in newsrooms, your other, newsrooms you have been interacting in India, Sanuta?
So
how do they look at this?
Yeah, so I have a slightly contrarian view on personalization, and that's because, we've seen what our Instagram feed or our Facebook feed has done to us, right? It basically enables siloification of information. So what that does is I'm only seeing if I like a certain thing, if I engage with a certain post, if I comment on a certain post, I'm only getting that kind of content again and again.
Another Facebook or Instagram.
Right? Yeah, on Instagram and even on Netflix. So if I, for example, watch a Korean drama today and watch 2 after, all I'm getting on my main feed is Korean dramas, right? So that then does not allow for the broader inventory to be exposed to the, to whoever the consumer is. And that is the sort of flip side of personalization, which I'm very wary of, which I don't think when we are producing such good work on sort of all levels, right? I don't think that getting the viewer with personalization could be a solution.
And I also think it's a question of responsible use. So provided your goal is to maybe expose news consumers to certain languages or certain kinds of news specific to their area, which would be of interest to them, I think it still makes sense, but I agree with Sanuta broadly.
Sanuta, going back to the videos, you just mentioned videos, large-scale preparation of videos, and you know what happened last couple of weeks ago with the launch of Zora, which is going to be a game changer. The kind of videos they produced were stunning and hyper-realistic. So after the launch of Zora, I read somewhere that Taylor Perry actually canceled the expansion of his studio. He was planning to invest $800 million, and he just canceled it, scared of Zora, because you don't have to invest $800 million. If Zora can do that. So how that is going to affect media industry in general, not only journalism, visual storytelling. So what's your take on that?
So I'll speak about both the media and journalism. So media at large and journalism. So in journalism, that becomes a little problematic because what you're doing is generating real events. So for example, two ministers in Karnataka have had a spat. You're basically prompting Sora to say that, okay, create this spat for me and I will use it as material in my video, which is problematic because it doesn't represent the truth in the way it actually happened. So that we have also said, and a lot of journalism organizations, news organizations have said that we will not delve into that category where photorealistic recreations of real events or real people will be done. Illustrative recreations in the zone of sort of graphics and all that is fine. But I think Sora is most bent towards very photorealistic recreations. So in the journalism domain, I think we will see a few experiments, but it won't be widely adapted is my sense. Or it may not be within good faith to adapt it. But in the media, like the larger, like film, for example, and somebody, I read that too, and one of the comments under that article was, now I get why Hollywood writers were protesting, right? Because what this does is your entire industry that produces stock footage, for example, could be wiped out, right? Your entire industry that produces small graphics, for example, could get lesser jobs, right? So that, I mean, one will have to see how to navigate that, but these generic applications may be affected. But in the news and journalism space, which sort of builds its brand on trust, I don't think, at this point, I don't think it'll get there.
Yeah, I'm going to have to warn you, Sunuta is slowly creeping into me, journalism as well, because one of the newsrooms I trained, they're trying to create, they started creating stories like, say, climate crisis. You don't have to actually go shoot in Atlantic, or rather Arctic Circle or Antarctic Circle as to how the ice, these are melting. So those stories are actually being created. The explainer videos are being created by this technology.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like stock footage, anything that which doesn't represent a real event.
Yeah.
So that anything that goes beyond that domain, there are a lot of use cases for that.
And documentaries about historical events, they're also recreating historical events, of course, fact-based. You're not manipulating anything, but recreating historical events with this technology, which is exciting as well as challenging. So what's your take on that? How this technology is going to transform storytelling?
Yeah, I think
from your experience.
I agree with Sanuta. In a journalistic use case, and especially if there are going to be actual live events happening or even evergreen content from live events that come up, you can't really go about using, in my personal opinion, you can't go about using Sora or anything else, and you need to have guidelines in place. And I do believe that a lot of news organizations are having guidelines in place right now for the use of authentic versus synthetic content, or the use of authentic versus synthetic imagery. So last year, I think the Paris Charter was released, and in that was adopted by a wide number of news organizations, where they mentioned that if it is going to be authentic, in which case you are going out and filming, you need to label it as such, and if it's going to be synthetic, you need to label it as such. I also think it's kind of very inhumane to kind of capitalize on real events and try to kind of get realistic graphic imagery out of it.
Before we wrap up, Sanuta, is this going to be a Terminator coming to our newsrooms? Okay, I'll do your job, you just get out of here.
I don't think so. I think that's a very drastic and extremist look at this. I think, and these are not my words, but a lot of experts have said that at least for now, we should look at it as a co-pilot. They've even used the word co-pilot in branding. But essentially, for our use case within our newsroom, for example, we're looking at it as technology that will help journalists do their job more efficiently and better.
You mean a co-worker who doesn't fall asleep?
And who doesn't fall sick. And who doesn't take sick leave, yes.
Yeah, no day offs either, no pay raises either. What do you think? How this technology is it a threat from your surveys and experience? What do you think it's
I don't think it's such a binary answer. So I feel like, sure, it may replace certain kinds of jobs, but those will be those which are very mundane, where you have repetitive tasks. So certain kind of tasks may be replaced, but not necessarily jobs. And it will create newer jobs, newer kind of skills that you may require, newer kinds of roles that may emerge out of this. It's a question of integrating the tech skills and numeracy skills that you require for something like this into your daily jobs, and not necessarily a replacement of what you're doing as a whole.
And user responsibility and ethical, that goes without saying,
that
right?
goes without saying, yeah.
So we live in a world of, you can't just, nothing is real until, nothing, yeah, everything is actually fake until proven otherwise. So that's the kind of world we live in, unfortunately. So I'd like to actually share something, because with the recent funny experience of Gemini, why they stopped Gemini, Google had to stop it because somebody asked for the pictures of the founders of US, United States of America, and Gemini went too woke. Actually, 6 founders were Afro-Americans, women, and they mentioned actually it was too woke. And they had to actually pause Gemini for a while. So on that note, I think you would agree with that. It's all about responsible use of, like any other tool. A digital tool is as good as how about you put that into use. So like a knife was not invented to kill people. It was basically invented to make life easier for us in chopping vegetables. But if I choose to use that knife to stab Sanuta, don't blame the knife for that, blame me for that. So that is called user responsibility and proper use of the technology. So thank you so much, and we'll take questions if any. Yes, please.
I think there might be a little bit of underestimation about how big corporations might actually see this as an opportunity to cut down on costs and take away jobs from people. Like we're seeing a trend of back in 50 years ago, people thought when we would get robots that we would
Tractors came,
Yeah, we thought we would replace the really mundane jobs with robots and our daily, and humans would be left to do all the creative jobs. But now the trend is that the robots are doing all, the artificial intelligence is doing art, is doing music, and humans are being left to do all the mundane jobs. So what is stopping a big corporation from cutting down their costs and putting journalists out of the newsroom, and instead hiring a programmer who can just, like you said, there are a lot of benefits to having an AI employee. No pay, no extra pay, no sick leave, in the case of women, no maternity leave. There's so many benefits to having an AI employee. So what is going to stop you? I mean, as in the advent of journalists being removed from these rooms because of AI.
There was a study, There was a study, a McKinsey study in 2023 December, which came out in 2023. You can just look it up. We said that, of course, it's going to cost 450 to 500 million jobs. True fact. But at the same time, it's going to create 650 to 700 million jobs. We're not talking about journalism alone. So when tractors came, a lot of people lost their jobs. When electricity came, a lot of people lost their jobs. So I would try to look at this as a glass half full or half empty. I would rather look at it as a transformation of jobs. We're going to have to reskill ourselves. We're going to have to retool ourselves. And of course, we're going to have to pay a price. Some people are going to lose their jobs who are not reskilling, not retooling. So like I started from print, imagine in the print industry. So what if I hadn't learned new techniques and storytelling tools? I would have lost my jobs a long time ago. So I think it's a question of how you approach this. Is this a threat? Of course it is a threat to people who are not willing to retool themselves, to reskill themselves. And is this going to cost jobs? Of course it's going to cost a lot of jobs. But at the same time, it's going to create more opportunities. So it depends on how you approach this, how you look at it. Is the glass half empty or half full? I think she would have more, you would have more to answer.
I also think that when it comes to journalism, if you look at the work of a reporter, the kind of questions you do when you go and ask your sources, it's not something that can be automated just yet. And even if it's not something that can be, forget just yet, I don't think that's a kind of job function that can be replaced. And the creativity that goes into finding a lead, finding a story. Sure, your job can be made easier with the use of AI, like with data analysis, for example. You can find those stories. But actually going on the field, doing the work, I personally don't think that can be replaced.
When I got into journalism, and when I was working with print, that was in 18th century, I used to have a proofreader. That job doesn't exist anymore. After I edit the copy, after I report, file the report, I edit the copy, then there will be another person to read to make sure that that job doesn't exist anymore. Do we need that job, really? I don't think we need that job. And there used to be photographers, press photographers. Their jobs are gone because in modern newsrooms, we are actually, you are a multimedia storyteller. You need to be able to write a copy. You need to be able to edit an audio, a podcast for an audio. You need to be able to edit a video properly and tell a visual story. So industry is not, media industry particular. For that, I don't know about other industries. I can't talk authoritatively about that. The media industry is not looking for a horse which knows only one job. That was when I got into journalism. Now, industry is looking for a job, a horse which knows multiple things. So multitasking, multi-skilled, I think you would agree.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. So there was this very famous article, recently. I will share it with the professor and, he can make it accessible to you all. Basically, when, I think this was the early 1900s, when the calculator was invented, mathematicians went on a strike and said, this is going to sort of completely eat us up. What is the point of me as an accountant? How do I bring value to the table, right? So when that happened, we know where calculators are, right? What I was saying is, today when I use a calculator, I don't pay a calculator. It's a co-pilot, right? It's not about giving it maternity leave, giving it sick leave. The question is not that. It's helping me do my job better, right? So that's the angle that we're coming at it from. And exactly like Lakshmi said, it's not, and this, again, both of us are from the journalism, we represent that slice of the media pie. It's not possible or may not be possible for a robot, even if we were to give it that form, even if we were to give artificial intelligence that form, to go and sit with someone in rural India today and do an interview or collect information from that person, right? Ground reportage, though we live in this inundation of content today, the crux of journalism is still going out to the field, talking to the person, and exactly like Professor Dev said, finding stuff that you won't find on the internet. It's not a Google search away.
Find something that is not on the internet already.
Yeah. So what you're doing is this technology is helping you, be a co-pilot. It's not about, it's not an AI employee. And I want to be very clear about that. You're not getting AI employees to replace your existing staff. But that capacity to do certain jobs better and faster so that your human being can work in a much easier way. All of us struggle with mental health today, right? Nobody will complain if a little bit of work from our table or our plates is taken away, right? So I think I would approach it like that, and I would never call it an AI employee. It's not an AI employee.
Yeah. I would rather call it augmented intelligence rather than artificial intelligence. I would highly recommend a book for you. When old technologies were new. I've forgotten the author, you can just look it up. When old technologies were new, it was about the invention of electricity, what people thought, and the invention of typewriters. Yeah, Pooja.
Just a very quick question. So what I grasp from your entire perspective is that being AI literate enough, or having the literacy towards the AI, means that you accept that in the society, and that's something which I strongly disagree with, because the more you get to know, and you cannot negate something unless you know about it. And so that coming from a perspective when we have to research about certain things to find a perspective. You know, democracy has been in our society for really long, but there are still people who reject that. So I do not understand the correlation that you are drawing here towards AI literacy and acceptance of it in the society at a larger aspect. So,
could I take that? Yeah. So today in school, I'm taught 2 plus 2 is 4, right? I'm taught mathematics right from standard 1, standard 2. It's making me literate towards the concept of addition, right? That doesn't mean tomorrow, if I'm a math scholar, which I'm not, tomorrow it doesn't make me or doesn't hold me back from going and questioning that. We take it as, you know, we accept it and we move forward and we try and find applications to it. It doesn't mean that you have to not oppose it. Of course, if you have an opposing view, please go ahead and oppose it. The world will thank you for it, right? But as of today, with the information we know today, we know that this 2 plus 2 is 4 and it falls within the domain of mathematics. That's the information we have today, right? Tomorrow it may be completely different. So you can accept or you can choose to query and, you know, but still have an open mind about it, and that's fine.
Just to add on to that, you know, so let me share one of my experience with when I was training with social media literacy. That was a long time ago. So it's about, you know, just let me just break it down to layperson's language. When you get something shared, Pooja, on the WhatsApp, okay, well, you've seen people talking, oh, no, I've seen this on WhatsApp, as if WhatsApp publishes something. So social media literacy is, we know that WhatsApp doesn't publish anything. We are talking about something, say, for example, I'm sharing something which a friend of mine shared. So I don't say that that friend of mine got it from, say, Guardian.com. I don't say that, yeah, I saw it on WhatsApp. So social media literacy is poking into that. Who shared that? And where does she get it from? And that kind of literacy, that is getting to know before you share that, you got to say where you got that from. You got it from somebody who shared that. And where did that person got it from? Guardian.com. So that is social media literacy. Before you share something, so in AI, like she said, 2 plus 2, it actually, when you get 4, you're actually being informed, you know, so you're making, so that literacy is how to use it, where to use it, that kind of literacy. I think it's as important as our ability to read and write now, because it's not going to take away your jobs, you know. AI is not going to take away your jobs, but like we keep saying, that a person who knows AI will take away your job. I think you're running on.
Thank you, Professor and esteemed guests, for your valuable insights on the influence of AI on journalism and media as a whole. I would like to call over Dr. Pooja and Dr. Liju to hand mementos to the guests. Excuse me, can you please come back to stage for the group photo?
Before you all discuss, I want everybody to know about the student paper presentation that we have organized from 3:30 to 5 that is going to be available in Seminar Hall 1, 2, 3 and Learning Lecture Halls 302. from 3:30 to 5. So now we can all disperse for a lunch break for an hour. Thank you.
Session starts back at 2. We have another.
Straight outside and we have the canteen there. Yes.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2 2 2. This 1 2. Check 1 2 2. Check 1 2 2. 2. This 1 2 2. Check 1 2. Clear ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ?
ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಇವಾಗ.
Check 1 2 2. 2. This 1 2. Check 1 2 2. This. Check 1 2. ಓಕೆನಾ? This 1 2 2. Check 1 2 2. This. ಓಕೆನಾ? Check 1 2 2. This 1 2. Check 1 2. This 1 2 2 2. Check 1 2 2. ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಾನು ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ, ಹತ್ರ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತಾಡಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಾಲ್ಯೂಮ್ ಡೌನ್ ಆಗೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
It's good? Okay. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So I'm Hiroke Habuka, a research professor at Kyoto University and a former government official of Japan, and also a practical lawyer licensed in Japan at New York State. So let me ask one question to you all. Who are already lawyers, or who would like to be a lawyer? So are there any lawyer in this venue? If you're a lawyer or who wants to be a lawyer, please raise your hand. Not so much. Yes. Okay, so I got it. So I'm now feeling a bit away. So okay, then today I'm gonna explain how to think about AI and regulation, or AI and social design. So a respected friend of mine who is working for the global AI company in the United States once told
Two. This 1 2 2. Check 1 2 2 2. This. Check 1 2 2. This 1 2. Check 1 2 2 2. This 1 2. Check 1 2 2. This 1 2.
once told me that. Do you have any issues? Yeah, so a friend of mine told me that the social reactions to generative AI was the most dramatic one through his own practical experiences of 30 years. So the first 2 months of its release, people discussed, oh, this is the future of humanity. So this is our vision and future. And then right after the 2 months, then people started to discuss.
Have the keynote address soon.
Is this sitting good? Hello, check. Hello. Does this work? Yeah. Okay.
Dr. Mark Kokelberg is a Belgian philosopher of technology. He's professor of philosophy of media and technology at the Department of Philosophy of the University of Vienna.
Sangeet, Sean, Lazarus, and Chris.
Put your hands together to welcome the Music Club.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Today I'm going to be performing Scheduled Honor. It was great at the very start. Hands on each other, couldn't stand to
Yeah, y'all know what it is.
You're gonna come to me, and here you are, but you better choose carefully. Cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready for a perfect storm, perfect storm? 'Cause what's your mind, what's your mind? There's no going back. Mark my words.
Hello. Hamza? Hello. Check. Hello. Hello, Hamza. Mr. Hamza? Hamza on the stage. Magic man. Magic. Start the magic. Magic. Lights. Ladies and gentlemen, introduce Ravi. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check.
Deep inside. Deep inside.
Hello. Hi everybody, I hope you all had a very delicious lunch and some time to relax. We are just now about to start with the afternoon session, the post-lunch sessions. So it's great to see you back. It's lovely to have you with us. So now I sincerely request all of you to maintain silence so that we can start with the proceedings. We are about to start with a very interesting panel. There are MCs who are going to introduce us to the panel, but prior to that, let's get back into the flow so that we can fully enjoy the discussions and the reflections all together. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you all for joining us back here at the Moot Court. We will now have an interesting panel discussion at the intersection of AI and psychology. Moderating it will be our professor, Dr. Apurva Adhikari, and it'll be joined by our guests, Ranjit Jagannathan and Dr. Vicky Bath. Dr. Apurva holds a PhD in psychology from Jamia Millia Islamia. Her doctoral thesis is titled Post-Traumatic Growth, Mental Health, Social Support, and Coping Styles Among Survivors of Domestic Violence. She has worked as a teaching assistant, which prepared her to be an effective researcher and instructor. In addition to her thesis research, other areas that interest her include women's mental health and gender issues.
She's also had publications such as Street Harassments and Coping Among Indian College Women and Post-Traumatic Growth in Survivors of Domestic Violence in UGC Care journals. She has presented many papers in both national and international conferences. She also volunteered to provide free telecounseling services for the students and staff during the outbreak of COVID-19. She's also pursuing postgraduate diploma in guidance and counseling from Jamia Millia Islamia. Her experience as a researcher provided her with a broad view that is useful in assisting students with dissertations, projects, and assignments. She had also been an active member of the National Service Scheme, NSS, and acted as a coordinator in major events associated with NSS.
Also joining us on the panel with more than 5 years of varied experience in academic and mental health care settings, Ranjit Jagannathan is a cognitive science researcher. Recently, he spent a week as a visiting faculty member at the State of Design, Bangalore, where he gave design students insights into cognitive science and research. He formerly worked as a research associate at the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bengaluru, contributing to the Cognitive Neurology Lab in the Department of Neurology, studying the onset delay of dementia. His background in research involves hypothesizing research problems, designing and conducting in-lab human vision experiments, stimulus construction, programming, MATLAB, Python, and R, data collection, and performing statistical analysis.
And to finish our panel, we have Dr. Vicky Bhatz, who is the co-founder of EVA Reality. EVA Reality aims to preserve the colors in the lives of the elderly and their families by using advanced technology-based tools for cognitive and functional assessments. He's also working as an associate professor and heading the Cognitive Neuroscience Lab at BITS, Pilani KK Birla, Goa campus. His research interest includes computational psycholinguistics and Alzheimer's dementia detection from spontaneous speech using machine learning, brain-computer interface, consumer neuroscience, brand perception, neural signal processing, and pattern recognition.
I would now like to call the panelists on stage.
Yeah, am I audible? Yes, very good afternoon to all of you. I hope you had lunch, and we are not here to bore you because this is a very interesting topic on an integration of AI and psychology, particularly cognitive psychology. So I welcome the guests here, Mr. Ranjit Jagannathan and Professor Vicky Bhatz. So in the middle of the 20th century, okay, there was a revolution which came. Okay, now this revolution was so influential that it freed psychology from the clutches of behaviorism. Okay, so behaviorism was another school of thought where the psychologists believed in just studying the observable external behaviors. Okay, so at that time, a group of psychologists became increasingly frustrated that they do not want to study just the behaviors. They wanted to study what goes internally, inside a person's mind. Okay, so that led to the development of cognitive psychology. All right, so the most common metaphor which is used in cognitive psychology is the analogy of human mind and computer. Okay, back then the machines were simpler, so the analogy was also very simpler. Like A and B goes in and C comes out. So as the time progressed, the technology advanced, the machinery developed, this analogy also changed. All right, so now the AI, the artificial intelligence, is the norm. So this analogy is quite different from what we had earlier thought. So Ranjit, I would like to know from you, how do you think AI has transformed this analogy? How do you think that AI and human cognition are related to one another?
Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah, to answer your question, and before I'll give you a bit of a background of cognitive science and AI and how it all started. So how intelligence and behavior emerges from the complex and intricate connections within the brain. It remains a deep mystery, and there have been many interdisciplinary endeavors taken place to understand this. how the interactions in the brain gives rise to a complexity of your behavior, cognition, and intelligence in general. So you might have heard the term like biologically inspired AI, neurally inspired AI. So people want to understand how the computation is happening inside your brain. And if you sort of come up with an algorithm, hopefully, you could replicate that in an artificial system or in artificial machines. So it all started from understanding how this processes happens in human brain, so that hopefully someday we could be able to replicate that in, in artificial systems. And so far they have succeeded in visual perception tasks to do that, to recognize an image, object, a person. To give a very toy example, given a scene, you know whether it's a cat, dog, chair, and there have been different algorithms to how to do that. And again from there, so now the thing is it's kind of flipped. So before AI was, the algorithms people developed based on how human brain processes this information. But now, since AI has become part of every sector like education, healthcare, media, now the interaction is between human and AI. Now we kind of wondering how a human being or an individual, how they kind of interact with this AI system, and how this AI system impact human cognition. So when I talk about human cognition, it's basically different cognitive processes. Like, imagine if you have a very immersive AI technology, how it kind of engages your attention, engages your memory, or what sort of emotion it plays, role. So these are the things that I am interested in, like understanding human cognitive processes when the interaction is between AI and human beings. And the sort of analogy that you mentioned, computer and computer and human brain. So it goes with that. So in computer we have hardware, software. Similarly, people came up with the analogy that your brain is a hardware. So how in a hardware you have different parts to do certain things. Similarly, in your brain you have different, I don't want to throw some terminology, but different neuroanatomical parts to compute different things in your brain. Again, hardware is there. In computer, you have a software program, right? Similarly, the software part is like other cognitive process, like language, attention, perception, consciousness. Whatever you could think of that comes across as a functioning of brain, that's the software part of the brain, and that's called as mind. So brain, mind, hardware, software. So this is an analogy. And I think hopefully I answered your question about the analogy part and how it started and how we kind of...
Yeah, and do you think AI has impacted this analogy, so it's not really hardware and software, but then, like you said, like you mentioned, that there is an interaction as well now. So as the complexity of the technology increase, we cannot say for sure that it is just input and output. Okay, so if we, because earlier the simpler machines were there and we couldn't understand the complexity of the human brain. So we just made a simple analogy that it's input output, and similarly a brain also function like that. But now, because of the complexity of the brain, we have developed these complex machineries, we have developed these complex technologies like AI. So it's like a bi-directional relationship between the two of how human mind, how human cognition function, and then similarly on basis of that we are developing these advanced technologies.
Yeah, okay, to talk about that's one of the core tenet or the belief about AI, what we usually touted around is to mimic human behavior, right? AI is trying to mimic human behavior. That itself a very complex, layered statement to mimic human behavior. And even the term we are talking about is artificial intelligence, right? But when we talk about human behavior, can we throw in terms like artificial emotion, artificial consciousness, artificial so on? Because human behavior is guided by all these different cognitive factors. Then why one day we want to mimic human intelligence, and why only AI? Why not, AE, artificial emotion, or AC, artificial consciousness? And in terms of analogy, I think this is a very rudimentary understanding just to, analogy is for a reason to, to reason out something, to explain in a very minimalistic, simplistic way. Whether it kind of explains the functionality of how it happens, I think still we haven't figured out in how it happens in human brain. And forget about replicating that in AI systems. And also I want to touch upon the debate that happened like a couple of decades ago. So there are a bunch of people we have talk about hard AI and soft AI. So I'll just quickly tell the basic argument between hard and soft AI. So they say, okay, you can develop AI system, but it is just to pattern recognize, to classify something. So you can't have a real AI that can mimic human behavior. That's a soft AI part. And the hard AI part is, so once we figure out the algorithms happens in human brain, like how a human see a color or texture or anything, once you crack the algorithm, what is so different between a human brain and the other artificial, like a silicon thing? You can actually replicate. So once you see these are the computations, and the computation leads to this behavioral output. So the same computation, if you can build in artificial systems, and if you can have the same output, then why do you think both will differ? So actually you can do that. That is a hard AI argument. Recently we have people, I think, majorly shifted to the hard AI part. I think we kind of convinced that it's really possible for AI to do some tasks which is performed by human. I think in some level they can, but again, it's a very, as I said, we haven't figured out completely how this happens in human brain. So it's very hard task to replicate that in AI systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, there is a related field which is called neuroscience or cognitive neuroscience, which studies the anatomy, physiology, cellular biology, and molecular biology of nerves and nervous tissues in relation to the cognitive processes. So, Vicky, you specializes in that field. So, I would like to know that how do you think this particular field inspires the development of these new technologies?
So thank you so much, Dr. Apuba, and thank you, first of all, thank the Alliance University for this kind invitation. And it's a very good question, and my lab is mainly focusing on the symbiotic relationship between AI and neuroscience, okay? And AI and neuroscience, they drive each other. And if you analyze the history of all those AI tools in artificial intelligence developed till today, whether it's machine learning, deep learning, reinforcement learning, statistical learning, all tools took idea from the working of human brain. Okay, so I'm not telling that neuroscience is superior than AI. The need of the hour is that there should be a crosstalk between these two disciplines. Okay, and if you analyze very carefully the architecture, like the architecture of, we can see the structure of artificial neuron and the structure of biological neuron, there is similarities between both these, okay? So there is a similarity between artificial neuron and biological neuron. Also, neuroscience inspires us to build smart AI system by two ways. First one, to emulate human intelligence, like the autonomous car by Tesla, right? And now doctors can detect breast cancer faster and, doctor means AI systems can detect breast cancer faster and better than doctors, okay? So neuroscience inspires us to build smart AI system by two ways. First one, to emulate human intelligence, and the second one, to build neural network that mimic human brain structure. At the same time, I'll also like to tell you that, people are very excited about, when I go to my lab, I get lots of calls, lots of interest from students, and lots of interest from PhD students, and they're all excited about artificial intelligence. So in that context, the context what Dr. Apurva has asked me about how neuroscience inspires us to build smart AI system, in that context, I'll tell you that apart from artificial intelligence, there is one more intelligence which is very, very important, that is emotional intelligence, okay? So, excellence in professional world or excellence in your personal life is not only about talent or expertise, right? It will take you to some level, but it's your emotional intelligence that is very, very important, okay? And there are 4 pillars of emotional intelligence. The first one is self-awareness. Self-awareness means to understand your own emotion, to understand, identify your emotion. And there is always a tussle between positive emotion and negative emotions in your brain, right? So sometimes negative emotions take over, sometimes positive emotions take over. And there are tools and techniques in cognitive behavioral therapy which you can use and implement to suppress negative thoughts and focus on positive thoughts. So once you focus on positive thoughts, then brain releases dopamine, and dopamine is a happy hormone. You feel very happy, right? And once you focus on negative thoughts, then brain releases chemicals which enhances the stress level, and you'll become depressed, right? So there is a cognitive behavioral therapy which you can use and implement to suppress the negative thoughts and focus on positive thoughts. The second pillar or second component of emotional intelligence is self-regulation. Self-regulation means anybody can become angry, but to be angry, the right kind of person in the right time with the right intensity, that's not everybody's cup of tea, right? So self-regulation also becomes very important, and that is the second most important component of emotional intelligence. The third component of emotional intelligence is empathy, right? Feeling for others, right? Somebody who is falling down or somebody struggling with their life, right? Go lift them, help them, and then that is not going to help them only that person, that is going to help you also, because when you do that kind of kind act, then it will elevate your mood, you feel happy, right? That is the third component of emotional intelligence. And the fourth one is social networking skills or social cognitive skills, right? That is very, very important. And you know the power and potential of networking and social networking skills, right? So that is very important. So these are all the 4 components of emotional intelligence, and this is very much related with the brain science, cognitive neuroscience, and the human brain, right? When we talk about self-awareness, self-regulation, the brain is involved, right? So the need of the hour is to have a crosstalk between artificial intelligence and neuroscience, okay? And the kind of data being generated. Now we have advanced neuroimaging technology like functional magnetic resonance imaging. Then we have electroencephalography. Like we have different tools and techniques to get and acquire brain data, right? So we get data like see the size and scale in terms of volume, variety, and velocity. So we need some smart AI tools, machine learning tools, deep learning tools to understand that data, right? And that will give you better understanding about the working of human brain, right? So I hope I answered your question, Dr. Atul.
Yeah, on similar line, you're also working on something called consumer neuroscience. If somebody's from B school or business school, they're present here, they might be interested in this as well. So this is a very new field, but it has grown exponentially over the past 2 decades. So I would like to know, why did that happen? And why are these marketers interested in the intersection of AI and neuroscience and their own discipline?
Yeah, so it's a very good question, and I'd like to tell you that all top brains of this world, they're busy in doing only one thing. They'll make you to like something, right? And there is a concept of like economy, right? And coming to marketing, the traditional marketing methodologies, they rely on questionnaire, they do one-to-one interview, or they'll target the focus group and they'll ask the consumer or the customer, how do you perceive about our product or services, right? So this is the traditional and conventional marketing methodology, but this is not that robust, right? People might like your product, but they might fake during the interview that I don't like your product, or so it's not that robust. But when you use neuroimaging technology, or when you use brain imaging technology, or when you bring in neuroscience to this, then it is very difficult to fake, right? It is very difficult to deceive here. So like I can put the electrode on your scalp and do the monitoring, and I can see that you are liking it, but you are faking it, right? So I can see, because there are like areas on human brain. There are like areas. If you like something, those like areas, there are certain set of neurons, they get activated, okay? And you can make out this guy is liking this. When I show something on computer screen, and if you're liking it, and I'm putting the electrode and doing the recording, neuroimaging, and then I can see that this guy is liking this. So when you bring in neuroscience or neuroimaging technology, it's very difficult to deceive. You cannot fake. If you like it, I can see it, right? So it's very difficult to fake. So marketers are excited about neuroscience and neuroimaging for two reasons. The first one is about articulation. Okay, so customer or consumer, they might not be very articulate about their preferences about a product or services, but their brain contains the hidden information about their true preferences, and these can be harnessed and utilized for influencing their buying behaviors and buying patterns. And the second reasons why marketers, they are excited about neuroscience and neuroimaging is that, like, they strongly believe that it will provide them a very innovative tool which can be implemented even before the product exists in the market, because they can do lots of testing and all those things. So again, so marketers now, they are using neuroimaging, neuroscience, they are bringing neuroscience into marketing domain, okay? And at the same time, when they do neuroimaging, you again get vast amount of neuroimaging data or neuroscience data. And to analyze those sets of data, you need machine learning, deep learning, and reinforcement learning to understand, to have a better sense about how the customer or the consumer is perceiving about that particular data. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So both of you have a shared interest in the research on dementia. So those of you who do not know what dementia is, basically it's a collective term which is used for neurodegenerative disorders of the brain, which affects the human cognition. Okay, so all around the world, there are around 55 million people who are suffering from dementia. And in India itself, according to the recent statistics, there are somewhere around 8.8 million people who above the age of 60 who have dementia. So Ranjit, I would like to know from you, since we know that dementia is, there is no cure for dementia, there is no treatment for the reversing of the disease, although there are medications available which slow down the progression of Alzheimer's and dementia. Alzheimer's is basically a form of dementia. So I want to know from you that how does AI can come into picture of dementia research? And then perhaps, Vicky, you can talk about your startup, Evo Reality, which is basically providing solutions to patients with dementia and their caregivers.
Yes, so I think before talking about dementia, I would like to make a point of consumer neuroscience that you asked. So you have neuroscience, and imagine you can add X number of words like consumer neuroscience, neuromarketing, neuro this. So now it's become like a kind of a fashion that wherever the brain operates and wherever the context, it become a new discipline, right? Marketing, neuromarketing. Again, if one has to reflect on this, how this new discipline emerges and what is being studied in this discipline, it gives you a very different power dynamics between who is the observer and what is being observed. So we have consumer neuroscience. To know that how consumer minds work, to know how you make a purchase decision one over the other. So in an alternative universe, if we can shift to this power dynamics, and I'm just wondering if we have a capitalistic neuroscience, to know that what kind of product, what happens in your mind of, again, you could see the power dynamics, right? Who is studying what, and the observer and the observed power dynamics. And with this, I would like to again make a point that we could, so AI, you can view it as in a different lens, in different disciplinary lens, you have a different view of AI. So AI, like a branch in computer science, or as a tool for neuroscience, we use AI as a tool to do your data analysis. If you have a complex, like fMRI data, you use AI, deep learning as a tool. But how does it relate to other people who are common citizens, AI? So here we can see AI can also be a cultural product. So what kind of social processes kind of give birth to use of AI technologies in a particular society? And since you asked about dementia and AI, so here AI as a tool you can use to kind of predict. So if you have your data of different biomarkers, or what you say, your biomarkers in your body plus other genetic data, then some people try to predict what is the onset of dementia, at what age you could potentially get. Again, you have to longitudinal data to identify risk factors. And then this is for prognosis, diagnosis, prediction. You use, AI as a tool to study dementia. And coming to the social aspect of using this, so this is all disease. So once the disease started, and then we talk about dementia care. Again, in dementia care, again now the social process of AI comes. So people started talking about AI companion in old age homes, AI assistive devices to help people with dementia. Again, you can view it in the lens of what kind of cultural and society which accept AI as a companion to take care of old age people. In which culture it is acceptable and where it kind of frowned upon. So I was recently involved in another project in University of Geneva in Italy. So where there people are trying to develop companions in food setting. Like while you're eating, you feel lonely, so you need a companion. Again, the companion is a robot. Again, what kind of social condition kind of derives this research direction in AI? One thing is to talk about AI as a technology tool, how fascinating it is. Second thing is, as I said, what kind of social condition or what kind of cultural background that enables one to take research in these directions. Do you have any follow-up question?
Would you like to talk about, since he talked from a theoretical point of view, and you're actually working in the, in the management of symptoms of dementia, so would you like to extend on that?
Okay, so so our lab is mainly focusing on the main focus of our lab is to develop technology for dementia solutions. So first, we started working on graph models. I don't know how many of you know about graph theory and graph and networks. So earlier we started using graph models to understand dementia, okay? And what we used to do is we used to convert the neuroimaging data of those dementia patients into graphs and networks, okay? So graph and network is simply collection of vertex and edges, okay? Vertex and edges, okay? So you know that you have billions of neurons and millions of synaptic connections in your brain, right? And when you analyze it, it's very tedious to analyze all sets of neurons, right? But once you convert the complex brain information into the language of just vertex and edges, then it becomes amenable to different kinds of mathematical analysis, right? So I can take data from the dementia patient, okay? And I can convert those data, neuroimaging data like fMRI data or EEG data into graphs and network. And once you do the conversion, what is happening? When you do this conversion, then complex brain data getting converted into just the language of vertex and edges. That's it, right? And once you have that kind of network, then it reduces the complexity of the complex biological system, okay? And it becomes amenable to different kinds of mathematical analysis, right? I can construct urgency matrix, urgency list, cycle path, cycle matrix, and so on. And it will give me understanding and give you the understanding about the working of human brain. In case of the controls, then subject, then mild cognitive impairment patient, dementia patient, and full-fledged dementia patient. Because all those network topological structure will be different. So that is one work we did, and we classified dementia into early stage, mild cognitive impairment stage, and full-fledged dementia using graphs and models. Second work we did on, we got conversational transcripts from the patients, and we use speech processing methods, and we use deep learning tools to detect dementia from the conversation transcripts, and we classify dementia into these three categories: the early stage, mild cognitive impairment, and full-fledged dementia. And the third one is I'll be talking about after the video of
so we have a video snippet of Dr. Vicky's work. So can you please show it?
so I think thank you so much for your patience for and watching this video. You know, there are 55 million people that are living with dementia in this world, right, worldwide. And every year we are adding 12 million cases to this number. And if this trend will continue, then the next big pandemic will be on dementia, right? So I told you that we use deep learning techniques to classify dementia into early stage, mild cognitive impairment, full-fledged dementia. Now what's the big deal? I'm just classifying it, right? I use graph models, I use discrete mathematical models, and I then again classify dementia into early stage, then mild cognitive impairment stage, and then the full-fledged dementia, right? So again, it's not a big thing, right? So we thought that let's go to the hospital. We have seen, we have tried it, like the in-house games on people. Those guys we tested in a hospital, and that hospital is in Bangalore only, right? So you have seen that this guy is like 60 years above, mild cognitive impaired patient, they were very happy playing that game, right? So one of the symptoms in dementia, you'll find that they lack motivation in life, right? They don't want to do anything in their life, right? Everything is finished. Okay, so we are making a virtual reality, very immersive environment. We are providing them a very virtual, immersive, engaging, and interesting environment where there is a sense of presence. They feel like doing something. They feel like playing that games. And by playing that game, they are also moving their body. And once they are moving that body, they are doing exercise also. So it's kind of gamification and exercising. It's a gamercizing kind of thing. So we are not just simply collecting their data, their processing speed, their navigation skills, everything. So we are also providing them the training. When they play something, then it is good for the cognitive or brain health, right? So that is one thing. And second thing is, right, most of the solutions targeting neurological disorders are either diagnostic or rehabilitative, and it requires frequent hospital visits, right? So there is a need to develop tools which can estimate the cognitive decline of a person over the life course. In the Indian context, the story is very scary, right? The family member will notice that this guy is finding difficulties with names or dates, right? And by the time they realize it, maximum damage has been done, okay? So there is a need to develop a tool which can estimate the cognitive decline of an individual over the life course so that early anomalies in the cognitive abilities can be detected and proper clinical care can be taken. Through this technology, like AI, AR, and VR technology, we are trying to provide a double-arm solution to the problem of dementia in India and the world, okay? So that is all about this.
Well, thank you so much that you have been leveraging AI in dementia care. Well, when we talk about AI, it is having a huge impact on society, we all know that. And when something has a huge impact, something has this much power, it has the potential to be good and bad at the same time. Okay, which may lead to certain ethical consideration that we have to take care of whenever we are pursuing research in AI or practicing, developing certain kind of AI technologies. Ranjit, I would like to know, since you have a background in AI research, cognitive science research, what do you think are these challenges which you may have come across as a researcher, which you feel are very important so that the AI technologies are not used in an appropriate manner?
Yeah, this is a very important question. I think morning, Anirudh, I think he kind of, AI is good, AI is bad, maybe you should go beyond, good and bad. Again, it's a very, one can have a heated, debate, dissent, discussion on what are the good aspect of AI, bad aspect of AI, and I would just give you a very, since we talk about data collection, imagine a scenario like, okay, we all are sitting in this hall, imagine a scenario that there is a technology available to collect everybody's data, like your eye movements, your body movement, your posture, how are you sitting. That kind of gives me some inference about your emotional state. And then later I process the data to kind of find out how many people are attentive at this moment. how many people are engaging, how many are sleepy, how many are wondering, it is possible. It's not a, is it possible with a multimodal, video data? If you have a right cameras and, even more possible if I'll ask everyone to wear some band to collect your temperature, heart rate. With this, it is easy to detect what kind of emotional state you are in when I utter a particular statement. Now have this context and apply this in different setup. Imagine an office meeting, imagine a political meeting, imagine in a parliament if everybody wears, if a politician make one statement and they can find out how many people might support this or how many people might oppose this based on the human behavioral data that you could collect from this. Again, I think we talked about, our last presentations about transparency, governance, and all of these things. Again, it's not we can't have a uniform, since I think what is transparency, what is, even the concept of privacy, it varies, depends on which culture you come from, right? Some people, I think in EU, they push more on, so you can't collect certain data even for a job application. I had this experience when I was applying to New York University, Abu Dhabi, where EU citizens have to, they have the waiver to not to reveal certain details about them, whereas for other citizens, it's compulsory to, tell some other details. Again, how we can look at the concept of privacy in AI, it has to be looked at in, again, as a society, again, which cultural background people are coming from. And to sort of say good and bad in terms of maybe interaction, I would say, okay, imagine like a research question. Like after interacting with AI model, is there a change in your mood or level of anxiety? Imagine you have some question and you're anxious about something and you use whatever ChatGPT or whatever AI model and then you find an answer. Is there a significant improvement in your level of anxiety before and after? That's one question. Second thing might be, imagine how people are prone to have fake news, how you're prone to subscribe to conspiracy theories. Imagine I build a language model and it gives you answer. It has its own inherent problems in it, but how likely are you to believe that answers by a AI model? And how would you subscribe to any conspiracy theories? These are all very, very deep ethical issues that one might run across if people start more interacting with this. Again, if I want to give you very categorical, like a sectorial answers of AI use in education, use of AI in healthcare. So again, people can list all the symptoms in a database, and then you can classify who have what mental disorder or any psychiatric disorders. Again, whether using of AI, the use case of AI for a therapeutic purpose, whether it can replace a therapist or a psychiatrist. Again, it's a very layered answer. One can't have a particular set of answer to give. These are all, one could have a very long deliberation around this topic. Same the context of education. Whether AI can reduce cognitive load of students if you allow them to use AI in their learning journey. Or it can deteriorate some learning curve that we don't know. Still there is a research to be done to understand how AI assistive learning techniques, even for professors, teachers, do you think if an advanced AI can teach well than a human professor would still, it's all questions that we don't have answers. And since AI is one big term that everybody have a different understanding, I think one way to deal with ethical problems is to talk about the sectorial problems that one might run across if you use AI in healthcare. What are the problems? And then you try to, and in AI education, or in a use case basis, like deep fake. Once it happened, and then what you can do to control that. So there is ex ante issues that, before in the conceptual stage, and while doing it, and after thing. I think we might run across the ethical issues in all three stages in AI.
Right. We can agree that AI is not going anywhere, and sooner or later, it's going to be an indispensable part of our life. So, Vicky, would you like to share some of the future challenges that we may come across if we keep on using AI?
Yeah, okay, so thank you so much. So I'll give you two examples, like the future challenges, and I'll correlate with the recent development. You all know about Elon Musk. You know, when you are talking about AI, and if you're not talking about Elon Musk, then you'll be doing injustice. The session will not be completed if you're not talking about Elon Musk. And if you all know about Neuralink, how many of you know about Neuralink, right? So recently, before that, he tried it in animals. He inserted the brain chip, right, wireless chip inside the brain, and he was just, and after that he did it on pig, okay, and the pig was walking on the treadmill, and he was able to, you know, map all the movements, right? So if I move my hand like this, there are some neuronal activity in my brain, right? And then you can isolate those information, right? And then you can understand the repercussion of this. Repercussion means in a positive sense here, right? So they are going to cure all those, you know, disease where there is a problem with the motor mobility, right? So they are going to cure it. But think about when, and now just recent news that they have tried it on, they have done the human trial. So wireless chip inserted in a human brain. And now what, you know, the repercussions, they can upload your thoughts on the computer, right? That is going to be the future challenge of AI. That's the biggest challenge. I can know that what Dr. Nandi is thinking about me right now, so that will be like the future challenge, right? So number one. Number two, I'm giving a different example, right? So it was, again, I read in the Harvard Business Review. Let's say a consumer is going in a super mall, okay? And he's looking at product kept in a shelf, and he is like 50-50. Shall I buy it or shall I not? Shall I buy it or shall I not? Okay? And there are cameras, there are high-end gadgets, there are super sensors. It senses that this guy is 50-50. Okay? This guy is not making up his mind, he is 50-50. He's just thinking, that is how human brain works, right? He's thinking that, shall I buy it or shall I not? Right? And then cameras, all those sensors, it senses the information from your posture, gesture, eye movements, right? And then there is a correlation between your eye movements and correlation and cognition, okay? It senses. And then suddenly, there will be a digital display next to that product. It says that there is a 50% discount on this item, right? Now think about, these are going to be the future challenges. So I've given you, there are many, but these are some of the very, very challenging stuff which we are going to face in the future. And also, you know, there is no human intervention, right? The machine, the algorithm, they are going to make decision, right? So the algorithm is making decision, machine is going to make decision, so there will be challenges. So that's all I can say at this juncture. Thank you.
Like, as I said, that AI is not going anywhere, and when we talk about future, we always worry that AI is gonna kill us or it's gonna take over and control us and all that. But we need to understand that AI doesn't work in vacuum, okay? It is a part of society. It is a creation of human mind and human cognition. So the key is to, you know, focus on the present problems which AI is focusing on, rather than worrying what is the ultimate, you know, the goal of AI, because we also don't know. This technology is rapidly increasing and developing at a very, you know, at a huge speed. So we know this is a very intricate and complex relationship between human cognition and the technologies which are developing. We have AI now, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, where we're going to get something else. Like you said, why AI, why intelligence, why not emotions, why not consciousness? You know, so these kind of things are possibilities in the future, and the key is to remain curious, adaptable, and ethically mindful of the implications that we as individuals may face, as well as the society. So I think with this we can end this session, and if you have any questions, we are most welcome to address it. we can have the Q&A after this session, or like whoever has any questions, we can meet outside and we can address it, okay? Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and guests for enlightening us with such thought-provoking and interesting ideas relating human psychology, cognition, and AI. I would now like to call Dr. Ravi and Dr. Sayan to hand mementos to the guests. And please stay on stage for the group photo. Kindly remain seated. There's still events that are yet to come. I would request everyone to kindly stay seated, please.
Please stay seated. We still have more events coming up.
Yeah, so I think you're all enjoying the session. Now we will have a fashion show right now. So again, please stay back and enjoy the time, and then we will break for some tea and snacks. So let's enjoy the time. Thank you.
Yeah, hold on. No. Oh yeah. Okay, fine. Can I request everyone to please remain seated, because we have a lot coming for you.
Yeah, please maintain the decorum and please remain seated.
Can everybody please quiet down? Thank you. Should I go in the middle? Okay.
Ecstasy, my limousine.
I would like to welcome you all to an afternoon of style and sophistication.
Now we have the Fashion Club of Alliance University performing for you guys. And just a backdrop on them, they won at the XIMER 2024 event, which is at Xavier Institute of Management and Entrepreneurship, Bengaluru. They also won the first prize at the Timeless Gala event and brought Alliance University to win the overall runner-up trophy.
Get ready to be captivated by their creativity and talent as they showcase a collection that celebrates individuality and self-expression. Without further ado, let's give a warm round of applause to our fashion club, bringing to you an AI-driven fashion extravaganza. Put your hands together, guys.
Ecstasy, my limousine. Ketamine, my teenage dream. And LSD, my sweet 16. Cocaine is my gasoline. Ecstasy, my limousine. Ketamine, my teenage dream. And LSD, my sweet 16. Cocaine is my gasoline. Ecstasy, my limousine.
Let's rage.
I knew you were gonna come to me. And here you are, but you better choose carefully. 'Cause I'm capable of anything, and everything. Make me your Aphrodite, make me your one and only. Don't make me your enemy, your enemy, your enemy. So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready for a perfect storm, perfect storm? 'Cause what's in mind, what's in mind?
There's no going back.
Mark my words, this love will make you levitate like a bird without a cage. If you just you walk away, don't walk away. It's in the palm of your hand now, baby. It's a yes or no, no maybe. So just be sure before you give it all to me, all to me. Give it all to me. So you wanna play with magic? Boy, you should know what you're falling for. Baby, do you dare to do this? 'Cause I'm coming at you like a dark horse. Are you ready for a perfect storm, perfect storm? 'Cause what's in mind, what's in mind?
There's no going back. She's a beast. I call her karma. She eats your heart out like Jeffrey Dahmer. Be careful, try not to lead her on. Shorty heart is on steroids 'cause her love is so strong. You may fall in love when you meet her. If you get the chance, you better keep her. She's sweet as pie, but if you break her heart, she turns cold as a freezer.
Etchy till I die, all these lollies call me. Rubbing on her thighs, she stay wet for her. Shawty so kawaii, it would die for her. Ride and watch hentai all the time with. My soul is tormented by a succubus. Call assist, pencil dripping from the way I spit. Fell in love with this, Siscon music, now she in my grips. Wanna take a sip of her only signs as sits. No questions asked, always lent, only smash. Trying up my Siscon team, get a foot off in your ass, boy. I ain't talking about that DOA, but shotties jiggle physics on the level of a Yanni main. Okay, we acting out the Morocques. Shouts out the timer for them tags, they sounding sexy. Tell your niche I come and test me if that nigga wants some beef. In the sheets and that he got, but in the streets I be the chillin', watching hentai with other niggas. Cold highs like her skirts, mini size and socks pulled up knee high. A cup is just fine with only. Close your eyes, promise you will love it. Just relax tonight with Etchy till I die. All these lollies call me. Rubbing on her thighs, she stay wet for her. Shawty so kawaii, it would die for her. Ride and watch hentai all the time with Etchy till I die. All these lollies call me. Rubbing on her thighs, she stay wet for her. Shawty so kawaii, it would die for her. Ride and watch hentai all the time with.
Fuck him, he got cash.
That was a wonderful performance by the Fashion Club. And I would like to thank the club chief, then the deputy chief, Kshitij and Zara, for organizing this, and their faculty coordinator, Dr. Pooja, who has been behind all of them and helping them and supporting them to put up this performance that was really, it just took us by wow. So,
Honestly, that was so spectacular. Great job.
Great job.
Yeah, so now we will be having a short tea break, and I also want to remind all of you that there are paper presentations going on by the students that will happen in the classroom that was mentioned previously.
From 3:30 to 5.
Yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Dear liberal arts students, just listen up. Liberal arts as well as MBA students here. In seminar hall 1, right upstairs, we'll have MBA DT batch as well as the first year of our Bachelor of Liberal Arts program. And in seminar hall 2, we will have our first year B Design batch along with our MA Creative Writing, GLA, as well. In seminar hall 3, we will have second year Bachelor of Liberal Arts students, and in LHS 302, please note LHS 302, we will have our PhD scholars. Please note this. If you do not remember, please ask your faculty in charges where you have to go. See you all there. Was I clear?
Yeah.
But
Oh, you're here.